in this military family picnic. Now, during this picnic, he is going to sign his big, beautiful bill that was passed by the House just yesterday. And as we take a live look at the image, I do want to bring you all of the latest details that we do have about this, because again, we know that President Trump will hold the signing ceremony. He only lost support of 2 Republican lawmakers as this did pass the House just yesterday. The White House saying that the president will sign that, and as he and the First Lady take part in the picnic that will celebrate America's 249th birthday. The White House fireworks, by the way, set for 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. As for the big, beautiful bill, Thursday's vote was 218 to 214, with every Democrat voting no. They were joined by Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky and Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. The vote came hours after Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries stalled it by hours with a record-breaking speech. It was 8 hours and 42 minutes in length, beating Kevin McCarthy's previous speech from years ago by about 10 minutes. Prior to moving to the House, Senate Republicans did have a tougher time passing that measure, with Vice President J.D. Vance having to cast the tie-breaking vote. 3 Republican senators voted no, and those were Senators Rand Paul of Kentucky, Tom Tillis of North Carolina, and Susan Collins of Maine. President Trump had said weeks ago that he wanted this passed and on his desk by today, as the nation, of course, does celebrate its 249th birthday. The bill itself does include some $4 trillion in tax cuts, which would make permanent President Trump's 2017 rates. Without this, those cuts would have expired at the end of the year. It also adds the new ones that he campaigned on, and that includes no taxes on tips. The package would roll back billions of dollars in green energy tax credits. Democrats warning that this would wipe out wind and solar investments nationwide, and it would impose $1.2 trillion in cuts, largely to Medicaid and food stamps, by imposing work requirements, making sign-up eligibility more stringent, and charging federal reimbursements to the states. Additionally, the bill would provide a $350 billion infusion for border and national security, including for deportations, and some of that would be paid for with new fees that are charged to immigrants. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office reports that if the bill did become law, it would increase the deficit by nearly $3.3 trillion over the next decade, and it also states this would cut health care to an estimated 11 million people. However, several Republican congressmen that we've had on this different station over the past, I would say, several days have said they do not believe that is the case. Again, you are taking a live look here outside the White House as folks are gathered for the signing of the big, beautiful bill. It's not clear if this will happen on time. It is slated for 5:00 p.m. Eastern time, and actually right now it appears that it is 5:01 Eastern, but everyone's still kind of getting into place. You can see several Trump administration officials that are walking to their spots, so it does look like this will start in just a little bit. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to a report here from Rebecca Castor as she has more on the impacts of the big, beautiful bill on travel.
Millions of Americans are hitting the road for what could be a record-breaking weekend for travel.
Traffic is heavy at some spots, but not really too unusual.
But safety is top of mind for many flying to their destinations after months of near misses and outages at airports.
The yeas are 218, the nays are 214.
The big, beautiful bill passed by Congress this week could ease some of those fears. It sets aside $12.5 billion to modernize the country's air traffic control system, one of President Trump's biggest policy priorities.
In some congested areas, you saw what happened with the helicopter and the plane and a lot of other things. If we had great equipment, and we should have had, it was all set up to go.
Calls for an overhaul increased after an American Airlines jet collided with a military helicopter in January. Then in April, equipment failures caused widespread flight disruptions at Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey. But the legislation is not expected to fund a complete overhaul. And some industry groups estimate that could cost more than $30 billion.
We need additional money to actually fix the older equipment. This is a brand new, state-of-the-art system. And it's going to take 3 to 4 years, but we have to get started now.
The FAA is already making upgrades. On Thursday, the agency said it installed a new fiber optic network that will improve communications between New York and Philadelphia. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And that is just one aspect, of course, of that 940-page big, beautiful bill that did pass the House yesterday after passing the Senate earlier in the week. President Trump is going to sign that into law right here in front of us, likely going to give some comments as well, as there is a microphone there. All of this corresponding not just with the 4th of July, but also the 5 p.m. Eastern Time picnic for military families that he is going to host alongside First Lady Melania Trump. Again, final preparations here are getting underway, as we do have several cameras in that location showing you just how many people have gathered there outside of the White House for this event. Again, it should begin any moment now, and we are going to bring it to you in full, live and uninterrupted on Live Now from Fox. Now, we also have this post that just came in from the White House. Take a look at your screen as they posted that photo on the left-hand side of your screen, saying, on this Independence Day, we honor the courage of our founding fathers, the patriots who forged our freedom, and the heroes who have defended it for 249 years. Under President Trump, the American spirit is back, bold, proud, and free. Happy 4th of July from the White House. Again, that is a post here on X with that image saying Happy 4th of July, Independence Day, and a photo of President Trump. And speaking of President Trump, we are waiting on his arrival. It should be just about any minute. But I also want to remind you that this is just part of the celebration that we are going to have here on Live Now from Fox as the night does progress, because we have 4th of July fireworks starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time as the sun goes down on the East Coast, all the way through midnight, possibly even later, as we see those fireworks celebrations from the East Coast over to the West Coast. Mike Page and Austin Westfall will be in the hot seats with everything you need to know, bringing you all of these different celebrations here throughout the night. For now, as we do await the arrival of President Donald Trump, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute break, but a lot more live news coming up here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on this 4th of July. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your live events, top stories, and breaking news on this Friday. We are now past the top of the hour, 5:07 on the East Coast and 2:07 on the West Coast. We are waiting for one of the main events here, as we do have President Trump expected to sign the big, beautiful bill just a day after it did pass the House and several days after passing the Senate. He had given the House and really Congress in general until a deadline of today to get this on his desk. They did that just yesterday, and now he is going to sign it in front of all those people that are lined up outside of the White House. This was slated to start right at the top of the hour. We are still waiting on it getting underway, but the second it starts, we're going to bring it to you in full here on Live Now from Fox. I do also want to take you to this post here coming in from the First Lady, Melania Trump, who will be at this signing, as well as at the military family picnic that will follow. She said, "This Independence Day, we will celebrate our heroes and their families at the White House with a special picnic and breathtaking flyovers by F-22s, F-35s, and a B-2. Let's honor the sacrifices of our military families as we come together in gratitude and in joy." Again, that is a post here from First Lady Melania Trump as we wait for her arrival and the arrival of President Donald Trump. As we wait for that to get underway, I do want to take you to a press conference from earlier with officials over in Montgomery County as they talk just a little bit more about what to keep an eye on as there are those fireworks celebrations that are going to take place later on today. So I'm going to play that out for you, but we'll keep a live image up from the White House. And the second we see the president walk out, we will bring that to you in full.
You know, we're talking about fireworks, and, you know, it's interesting that the rules vary across the region. It's simple for us here in Montgomery County and Prince George's County. All fireworks are illegal, but we want to be able to demonstrate to you today how dangerous fireworks are, and we want to encourage people to go to a public display of fireworks. Fireworks are dangerous. Leave them to the professionals. Using and possessing fireworks in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia is typically a misdemeanor offense. You have fines associated with that, $1,000 or $2,000. Don't risk that. But we're not talking about fines and rules. We just want people to be safe. Our departments are members of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Fire Chiefs Committee. COG is an association of 24 local governments. Throughout the Council of Governments, fire officials train, communicate, coordinate, and improve public safety and respond to emergencies. That's what they do. Today, on behalf of COG's Fire Chiefs Committee, you'll hear from these chiefs here messages about from officials from D.C., the District of Columbia, Virginia, and of course Maryland. And we can answer any questions if there are any. Then we'll hold a live fire demonstration, provided some visuals of the dangers of fireworks and the dangers that they pose. Thanks again for attending these important messages. The demonstration will be conducted by members of the Montgomery County Fire Rescue Service Fire Explosive Unit, Bomb Squad. And now, with no further delay, I'd like to introduce the first speaker and call up Fire Chief Corey Smedley from Montgomery County. Chief.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, to the media, thank you for being here today to help us get our message out. Council of Governments, we really appreciate you bringing the region together. It literally takes us all to keep our community safe. And part of doing that is having the relationships we do, and we gain a lot of that through the Council of Governments. So I just wanted to state that. We know the 4th of July is coming, and we want to remind people in Montgomery County and in our partner jurisdiction, Prince George's County, all fireworks are illegal. They are illegal. They're illegal for good reasons. Sparklers can burn over 1,200 degrees, hot enough to melt metal. They're dangerous. They cause fires, serious injuries, and put lives at risk. Not only our neighbors, ourselves, but our first responders as well. So please help us keep our first responders safe and go to places where there are public events that allow you to safely watch fireworks by professionals. Last year alone in Montgomery County, we've had several fires. One fire last year destroyed the entire home. What we see with our injuries with fires are extremities, your hands, your head, your eyes, your lungs. Those are the basic type of injuries that we see. And today we will, as Pete talked about, we'll get a demonstration from our bomb squad in Montgomery County to demonstrate some of those horrific challenges that we see with improper use of fireworks. Let us celebrate responsibly. There are many avenues. You can go to the website. The District of Columbia has the largest venue in this region, but there are many of our jurisdictions that offer fireworks demonstrations that can be safely. So please, if you don't hear anything else, be responsible, have a prevention state of mind, and leave it to the professionals to deal with our fireworks in this region. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. You know, and to the Chief's point that July is a busy time for all of us here in the metropolitan region. And hundreds of calls, thousands of calls are responded to each year this time of year. Every 4th of July, every jurisdiction represented here, the call volume triples on the 4th of July. Those are fires, injuries, explosions. Most of those are preventable. Now I'd like to call up Assistant Chief Aaron White from Prince George's County. Chief.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Assistant Fire Chief Aaron White with the Prince George's County Fire and EMS Department. I want to be direct. All fireworks are illegal in Prince George's County. That includes sparklers, snappers, and everything in between. The law is crystal clear. If it explodes, flies, or sparks, it's not allowed. And there are serious consequences that come with violating the law, up to $1,000 in fines and 6 months in jail. In nearby Charles County, Maryland, in 2023, a fireworks-related incident turned deadly for a young man. We don't want to see that type of tragedy repeated. Transporting fireworks from other states into Maryland is against the law, even if they're legal where you bought them. Don't risk it. If you see fireworks being stored, set off, or sold in your neighborhood, please call the police. Help us keep your community safe. Let's enjoy this holiday the right way. Attend a professional show and leave the fireworks to trained experts. Thank you. Stay safe this 4th of July.
Thank you, Chief White. Again, emphasizing in Prince George's County and Montgomery County and Baltimore City, for that matter, all fireworks, including sparklers, are prohibited or illegal, and for good reason. Now I'd like to call up Arlington County Assistant Fire Chief Jason Jenkins. Chief.
Good afternoon. I'm Assistant Chief Jason Jenkins, Arlington County Fire Department. As we gear up to celebrate Independence Day, I want to urge everyone to prioritize safety. Safety first when it comes to fireworks.
All right, we do have President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, will now honor America with the singing of our national anthem, followed by a flyover consisting of a B-2 Spirit bomber from Whiteman Air Force Base, escorted by 2 F-35 fighters in honor of all our military personnel who participated in Operation Midnight Hammer and who are currently serving both home and abroad, protecting our nation's freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Melania Trump.
Well, thank you very much, and that is some sight, especially after what happened just a week ago when you look at that big, beautiful plane, and the other ones were something. It was an incredible mission, and I think I can say very proudly, and I don't have to quote the polls, that our country is more proud right now than it's been in many, many years. We have pride, we have dignity, we have something that's happened miraculously so fast. You know that our military now is the most sought after job there's ever been, serving in our military. 1 year ago, people didn't want to join our military, they didn't want to join our police, our firefighters. They didn't want to join anything having to do with our country, and now, as you probably know, the enlistment is at an all-time record. We're packed. We're full. And I just think that's so important because that was so sad 1 year ago when I heard those statistics. We had a different president, but nobody wanted to join, and now We're at a record, and I will say that I just left NATO, where we had a tremendous experience. They've agreed to put up over $1 trillion a year. They went from less than 2% to 5%, and nobody thought that was possible. And they told me very strongly, the leaders of a big part of the world, very respected people all, they told me that, 1 year ago your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. So that's the way it is, and that's the way we like it. And it's only going to get hotter. I promise you that. After that spectacular display of American power, let me just say that God bless the United States military, and God bless the USA. God bless the USA. And to all Americans, I want to wish you a very happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July. This is going to be something special. This spirit in this country, we haven't seen anything like it in many, many years, in decades. Let me also express our gratitude to our magnificent First Lady. She worked very hard to make this all work. And we have a fireworks display about 9 o'clock tonight. I hope you're all going to be around and watch it. I know our congressmen and our senators who are standing right here, so many of them, they did such a great job. They're going to be here. I guarantee you, they're not leaving. They're not leaving. Thanks as well to the National Park Service, the USO, and countless friends and distinguished guests. We have so many people in the audience that have so much to do with the success of our country. We've, I think, had probably the most successful almost 6 months as a president and the presidency. I think they're saying it was the best 6 months, and I know for a fact they're saying the last 2 weeks there has never been anything like it as far as winning, winning, winning. So as you know, 2 weeks ago, our incredible Air Force pilots conducted one of the most successful military strikes in all of history, Operation Midnight Hammer, and that's exactly what it was. It was a hammer. This evening, we're honored to be joined by 150 airmen and their families from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home of the B-2 bomber. And we've kept them a little bit on guard. We kept them a little bit, let's be a little bit quiet about it. But if you want to raise your hand very quickly, raise your hand, because you people are just incredible. They don't want to be in disguise. They say, we don't have to do that. They're looking at us like we're a bunch of babies. We don't have to be in disguise. We saw all those hands go up. Thank you very much. We owe you everything. Great job. Incredible. Just flawless. One of the most flawless military campaigns in the history of our country. If you remember years ago, they had helicopters crashing into each other. It was a disaster, the hostages in Iran. And we had just the opposite. We didn't have any crashes. We didn't lose any planes. We didn't lose anybody. Those beautiful planes that you saw were totally stealth. They flew right over the center of a very hostile country, and they never even saw it coming. And then they said, skedaddle. They dropped the bombs. They said, skedaddle. And that big sucker turned over like this on its side, and it got out of there. Well, I'll tell you what, how they do that, but they can do it. I asked our great General Kane, how do they do that? Do they really love doing that? Look at them, they're all laughing. And they said, do they really like doing it, sir? They can't wait. Better you than me. That's all I can say. It was a flawless mission. Every single bomb hit, and it was total obliteration, total obliteration. Now, even the fake news is admitting that. They hated to admit it, but they had no choice. That was an incredible thing, and these heroic pilots showed our enemies what it means to fly, fight, and win. To every service member who supported that mission, and we have many of them here, we've made we've made you proud by supporting, but you've made us even prouder by having the courage to get in those gorgeous machines and fly through the roughest airspace anywhere in the world. And we salute fly through the roughest airspace anywhere in the world. And we salute you, and we honor you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And we're also honored and delighted to be joined by hundreds of service members and military families. Those families are the best we have, from all across the U.S. Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force. I love the Space Force. You know why? Because we're the ones that did it. It's turned out to be a very invaluable force, actually. The Coast Guard and the Marines are incredible people. On behalf of our entire nation, this 4th of July, we thank you for keeping America safe, strong, sovereign, and free. Thank you very much for being here. Great honor. And stick around for the fireworks. And our country's had so much to celebrate this Independence Day. As we enter our 249th year, America is winning, winning, winning like never before. We're not, I'll tell you, we're in a category now that's where we've wanted to be for a long time. We suffered with 4 horrible years of embarrassment. Afghanistan may be the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. We're never going to let a thing like that happen again. Trillions of dollars are pouring into the United States for investment purposes. Almost $15 trillion. There's never been anything like it. There's never been anything even close. The stock market's at an all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time high. Everything's at an all-time high. And we're going to keep it that way. We have the greatest country in the world, and we're back. We're back like nobody thought possible this quickly. I thought it would take maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3. And we did it in less than 6 months. We are back and strong. We've restored American strength and deterrence on the world stage. We're respected again. The world is respecting us again. When we did NATO, those leaders came up to me and they said, you know what, we're going to go to a new level of spending because you're requesting it, sir. They didn't talk to you last president like that, I can tell you. They didn't spend any money. They didn't spend anything. In a few moments, we're going to make official the greatest victory yet when I signed the one big, beautiful bill. And before I start, I want to tell you that I've never seen people so happy in our country because of that, because so many different groups of people are being taken care of, the military and civilians of all types, jobs of all types. We're adding things like the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, child tax credits. So many things are being added that we wouldn't even have time to discuss them. When we were doing it, John Thune and Mike Johnson right there, I see Mike, what a job they've done. What a job they've done. But you know, it was supposed to be in 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 different bills. And I was on one of the fake news shows and I said, let's do it in one beautiful, big, we want one big, beautiful bill. I said that to this newscaster, and I think a lot of the congressmen and senators were watching, and they said, let's name the bill that, the one big, beautiful bill. And that's what we did, and what we've done is put everything into one bill. It's never happened before. It's the biggest bill of its type in history. We've never had anything like that before. Nothing like that they thought would be possible to get passed. And actually, I liked it because we had so much in there that no matter who you are, there was something in that bill that would make your congressman or your senator or your congresswoman, much more importantly, raise their hand and support, right, Lisa? So that was something, and it was really something special. So the American people gave us a historic mandate in November. We won everything. We won the swing states, all 7 swing states. We won every one. That rarely happens. We won the popular vote. We won the districts, 2,750 to 505. That's why when you look at a map, it's all red, a little blue on each end, but it's all red. And by the way, red means Republican, just in case. But we made promises, and it's really promises made, promises kept, and we've kept them. This is a triumph of democracy on the birthday of democracy, and I have to say that the people are happy. They're happy. And I listened to a broadcast, and I read a couple of articles. They have the Democrats, they should have voted for it. They didn't vote for tax cuts. They didn't vote for taking care of people. They didn't vote, not one vote. And we knew that because their hatred of either the country or me or both. is so great. They didn't vote at all, and it's terrible. But I just have to say, they have a routine. It's terrible, they say. Terrible, terrible. You saw that guy standing up for hours yesterday. He didn't know what he was even doing there. I say, when's he sitting down? He had a towel. He's wiping his face. That's not too elegant. But what is he? I said, what is he doing for so long? And he couldn't criticize the bill. He was criticizing everyone else and everything else. So they've developed, and this is according to the news media, they've developed a standard line, and we can't let them get away with it. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, everybody's going to die. It's actually just the opposite. Everybody's going to live. This is just the opposite. And I just want you to know, if you see anything negative put out by Democrats, it's all a con job. And they said, and they compared it to just like the con job of Russia, 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 and all of the other things they did. The 51 intelligence agents said, and the laptop from hell, it came from Russia, they said. No, it didn't come. A lot of things come from Russia. That didn't come from Russia. And it was all proven out to be a fake job, and that's what they're doing with this. So we just have to look forward, fellas, look forward and just say what it is, because it's the most popular bill ever signed in the history of our country. Whether you're military or anybody else, this is the most popular bill ever signed. And it includes the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut, $1.7 trillion, and yet you won't even notice it. Just waste, fraud, and abuse in American history. So you have the biggest tax cut, the biggest spending cut, the largest border security investment in American history. We want to have strong borders, and the only thing is we want to have great elections, too. You need strong borders and elections, and my people have promised me that we're going to go into elections, and we're going to make sure they're not rigged, that they're not sullied. We're going to make sure that the elections are going to be fair. You need two things. You need strong borders, and you need fair elections. And we're going to make sure on the elections also. And our armed forces are one of the most vital military modernizations of all time. It will take place. So we rebuilt our military in our first term. And now we're going to modernize and remodernize our military, including building a great golden dome all over our land, so that if they get nasty with us, it's going to be knocked down. It's going to make any of the golden domes, they call them the iron domes, we're calling ours the golden dome, because we did the iron domes, and we do sort of everything, if you want to know the truth, but this blows it away. We're going to keep you safe. I want to thank every member of the House and Senate who worked to get this bill on my desk, and many of them are here, and I'm not going to mention all their names because we'll be standing here, but I have to mention a few. And especially I want to thank Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been fantastic. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's been incredible. We have somebody that it was a passion. I think he actually loved it. It wasn't easy, but he loved it. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who's right here. Speaker, thank you very much. What a job, and he worked so closely with the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, who's a fantastic guy. And those two are a team that is not going to be beat. When you look at them and you look at their counterparts on the other side, it's not even close. I want to thank both of you people for doing an incredible job. Thank you very much, John and Mike. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, a brave man. Steve, you know, he suffered a tragedy a number of years ago. I was at his hospital bedside that night with Melania, with our First Lady, and he had no chance. The doctor said he has very little chance, and you look better today than you did then. He didn't look particularly good that night, I will say. But I learned one thing, his beautiful wife loved him. She was a disaster, right? I told him, I said, Steve, I can only tell you one thing. I was with your family and I was with your wife, and your wife was devastated. She loves you. I've seen a lot of wives that, you know, they don't seem to be so concerned in those situations. That's the kind of wife you don't want. But you have a great, beautiful wife who was really there, and you really have done. You're a very brave guy, and Mike and John and everybody that's standing with you knows it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. House Majority Whip, this is a guy who's great. When I have a problem, I call him up, and he gets it done. He's a tough cookie. I don't know why he's not the governor of Minnesota. He comes from Minnesota. He's like Look, he goes, no, I don't want to run for governor. You know, come to think of it, I think that's a good idea. You would win so easily. The guy is terrible. You would win. You just have to take a look at that handsome face of yours, and you'd win. Tom Emmer, everybody. He did a great job. I think you should consider that, although we don't want to lose him, do we? We don't want to. Let's say we are. I think say we are. What a job you did. And Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's incredible. Senate Finance Chairman Mike Crapo. Thank you, Mike. What a job. What a job. He knows that tax stuff. Him and Jason, they really know their stuff. Senate Budget Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham. What a good man he is. I see a poll. He's running, and I see a poll. He's 24 points up. That's not bad, Lindsey. That's not bad. 24 points up in the great state of South Carolina. House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith. What a job. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. These people are great. These are great patriots. I have to call them out. House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington. Jody, thank you very much. Jody has been good right from the beginning, and so many others, and they're all here, and they fully understand. They'll never speak to me again, but that's okay. It is what it is, but I just want to thank everybody. A lot of senators here, a lot of congressmen and women here. Lisa, thank you very much, by the way. I have to thank you. Thank you very much. You've been fantastic. So this bill will fuel massive economic growth and lift up the hardworking citizens who make this country run. The factory workers, farmers, mechanics, waiters, waitresses, police officers, firefighters, coal miners. Coal is back. Beautiful. I said you can't use the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful coal. China's right now building 68 coal generating plants, and we're putting up wind. It doesn't work, I will tell you. Aside from ruining our fields and our valleys and killing all the birds and being very weak and very expensive, all made in China. I noticed something, that with all of the windmills that China sends us, where we waste our money because it's the most expensive energy, I see that, they make about 95% of them, the wind turbines. I have never seen a wind farm in China. Why is that? Somebody check that out. Tom Emmer, would you please check that out? But all the coal miners we love and the truck drivers, in this act, we have officially made the Trump tax cuts permanent. That's the largest tax cut in the history of our country, added to substantial other cuts, which is you're going to see like a rocket ship. We're setting all sorts of economic records right now. And that's before this kicks in. After this kicks in, our country is going to be a rocket ship economically. And we've delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And that's why when you hear things like that, this is the most it's the biggest bill of its kind ever done by far. But we are going to have a situation, we are going to have something where people are going to realize the level of success and popularity of this bill. And sort of to close it out, it makes the child tax credit permanent for 40 million American families. And to increase the car affordability, it makes interest on a new car payment. So this had never happened before. You buy a car, you borrow money, you're allowed to deduct for income tax purposes your payment of interest. You're allowed to deduct it. It's never happened before. So run out and buy a car. But I have to tell you, it's only good, Mike, if it's made in America. If it's made in another country, you don't get it. And to protect 2 million family farms and other small businesses, we're eliminating the estate tax or the death tax. So if you want to leave your farm or your small business, but farms they have been devastated, to your children, if you love your children. By the way, if you don't love your children, don't even listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. But if you love, would you live? Yes, I think you love your child. This one loves Barron. So I don't know if we're a small business. I think we're not. I'm not sure that we qualify. I'm sorry, darling. But it was devastating. Farmers, they had to go out and borrow money. And by the way, is that Pam Bondi? Pam Bondi, raise your hand. Thank you, Pam, for being here. Attorney General, she's done an incredible job. So there won't be any, think of this, There won't be any death tax. You're not going to have to go borrow money. Your parents pass away and the farm goes into the bank's hands and gets foreclosed. That's not going to happen. And with 100% expensing for new investments, we're cutting taxes for every manufacturer who builds, expands. And we have expansion at the highest level that we've ever had it. We have hundreds of factories, including car plants and AI. It's coming into our country at levels that we've never seen. And to conclude, not only will we have the strongest economy on earth, we're also going to have the strongest borders on earth. And last month, did you see the number? 0 people crossed our border. 0 illegal people. And that's after Joe Biden let 21 million people, many of them people from gangs and prisons and drug lords and people that were mentally unbalanced, they let them into our country. We're getting them out at record numbers, and we have an obligation to, and we're doing it. So as we approach the 250th anniversary of America's founding exactly 1 year from now, we are creating an economy that delivers wealth for the middle class, a border that is sovereign and secure, and a military that is unmatched, unequaled anywhere in the world. And you saw that. And what a beautiful sight that was, especially after watching what they did just a short while ago. The golden age of America is upon us. We are in the golden age. It's going to be a period of time, the likes of which I don't think this country has ever experienced before. We're going to make America great again, and it's happening very fast. We love you. We thank you for being here. Enjoy the fireworks tonight. And First Lady, I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable. You think it's easy being First Lady? It's not. Thank you all very much. Happy 4th of July. God bless you all. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to sign the bill now.
President, this is the gavel we use to enact the big, beautiful bill, and I want you to have that for your
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Are we ready? Good. Have a good time, everybody. Thank you very much.
President Trump signing his signature bill there right at the White House on this 4th of July as he is surrounded by Republican lawmakers that helped make his vision a reality here. So again, a live look at the White House after he signs the big, beautiful bill. And we will continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox, of course, a little bit later, just like the president said. 9 p.m. Eastern is when the D.C. fireworks will be going off near the White House. And President Trump will be there alongside the First Lady, and we'll see some of that. But it looks like he's still talking here, so let's listen.
Great.
Wonderful. It's going to get better from South Carolina.
It's been amazing. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good time. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th.
So President Trump signing this major mega bill at the White House with military families that are joined on the South Lawn there for a picnic, and they are taking in the festivities before the big fireworks show that will be happening a little bit later in Washington, D.C. And of course, we are going to be your destination when it comes to the fireworks spectacular, not only in D.C., but really all across the country, from big cities, small towns. We've got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. Happy 4th of July. I'm your host, Mike Page. Great to be with you. It's an honor to be with you here on this holiday, and we want to get you ready again. 4th of July fireworks spectacular. Our coverage starting today at 8 p.m. Eastern, so just stay right here with us. We will be covering not only parades in the afternoon, but early evening, showcasing some of the big events that have already happened. And we will continue to showcase more live feeds from all over the country as well. So before we go to a 2-minute break, I do want to show you the beautiful flyover that we had at the White House featuring the B-2 bomber. Take a look at this. Very neat to see right there as the B-2 flying right over, flanked by some F-35s there. Great to see as always. All right, we are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Our 4th of July coverage continues. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Happy 4th of July to you. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to showcase some great events all across the country. Do want to show you a nice live look here at the Jersey Shore on this 4th of July. You see many people out and about before fireworks celebrations that will be happening in their neighborhoods, wanting to take in all of the sights and sounds that is so important here on our Independence Day. All right, let's go out to Houston a little bit earlier today, having a 4th of July parade. We want to showcase some of that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Furthers won several state and regional awards under the direction of Coach Sue Young. Many of these athletes were all fun, inspired to grow in high school and college.
some of the sights and sounds out there in Houston on this 4th of July. We'll take you to other spots around the country when we come back here on this Independence Day. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Happy 4th of July to you. Next up, we want to take you out to Coney Island for the famous hot dog eating contest. It's really a staple here on this 4th of July holiday. Let's take a look.
Always the lady. They're always the lady, ladies and gentlemen. And I once saw her reapply her lipstick using the side of a knife, and it was at a restaurant. And it was. And then I learned some lessons about grace and elegance. And now Michelle Lesko pushing through. What do we got? 6 for Michelle. 12 hot dogs now from Mickey Sudo. Domenica D quickly dunking the dogs, and while she's chewing, she's dunking. And while she's dunking, she's chewing. And that is how this works. Mickey Sudo now. Okay. 2.5 minutes gone in this contest. And right now, Mickey Sudo is below record pace, and so is Michelle Lesko. I don't know if that's the heat, and I don't know if that's the hot dogs. Sometimes they come out just a little tighter than others, harder to eat. We will see what happens. And now Michelle Lesko is catching up to Mickey Sudo. Mickey Sudo now at 12. Now at 12. And I'm down here, ladies and gentlemen, Tondra Childress plowing through on her second plate. And this woman Laurel Marie Mele, a veteran of the circuit, eating at contests for the past 18 years. She is a veteran. She is not nervous. She's done this before. Jocelyn Young, doing very well. And we have the rest of the crew on the side pushing through these hot dogs, learning to dunk those buns to get them down quickly. The dry buns, almost impossible to swallow with any efficiency. $14 for Mickey Soto. 15 hot dogs and buns at 6 minutes and 16 seconds left. And now Michelle Lesko is eating furiously here. She's a few behind. She's 11, only one behind Mickey Sudo. And I don't know what's happening with Mickey Sudo. She is neck and neck with Michelle Lesko. Michelle has the opportunity before her right now, ladies and gentlemen. She is on Mickey's heels. Now, typically at this juncture, Mickey would be at 25. We are less than 6 minutes. Less than 6 minutes. Mickey at 16. Michelle Lesko at 12 now. She's slowing down. Now look at Michelle. She is fearsome, very, very fit. Her arms very sinewy. And she is a chicken wing eating champion, ladies and gentlemen. And her just very strong wrists. And she just rips the chicken apart, ladies and gentlemen. To her, humanity is in a battle with the chicken. And we are winning 57 billion to none. Michelle Lesko, a champion eater, chicken wings, hot dogs, hamburgers, pizza, hard-boiled eggs, and many, many other. And now Mickey Sudo at 18 as we approach the halfway mark. We are at 5 minutes on my mark, 5 minutes left. 19 for Mickey. And it seems to me the dogs are slow today. Domenica D. from Westchester, New York, now in Seattle, Washington. Isabeau Prettyman right here eating next to her mother, Mickey Sudo, now at 20 hot dogs and buns, approaching the 4-minute mark. Domenica D, 10 hot dogs and buns, pushing through. She's wearing gloves as if she were a nurse. It's a little disturbing. Pink gloves. They're very elegant. And Mickey will not stop, my friend. She will not stop. 4 minutes now. 4 minutes in this contest. 15 for Michelle. 22 for Mickey. Mickey Sudo trying to push forward. A slow start. I have not seen the angry pony. There it is a little. But she's just... The ladies, all of them, seeming to struggle with the hot dogs today. I don't know what it is. Katie Prettyman approaching 10 right now, finishing her 9th hot dog and bun right next to her daughter, who is one behind her mother. Domenica D at 15, Michelle at 16, Mickey Sudo 23 hot dogs. 3 minutes and 5 seconds now. 3 minutes and 5 seconds now. All right, Mickey Sudo now picking it up. There was a pause there in the early going, but now she's getting back into rhythm, and the dogs are going down a little bit more quickly. Michelle Lesko absolutely in the zone here. 17 for her. 25 for Nikki, 15 for Domenica D. Domenica D dressed as a mermaid today in honor of the Mermaid Parade right here on Surf Avenue. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And now Domenica D going to the water. That's a little bit dangerous. You can fill your stomach up. Trying to balance the water and the buns, very important. Mickey Sudo is now comfortably ahead, 27, but she's just not in that Furious Mode will find out what happened after. I suspect the hot dogs are slow today. It's not the temperature. That wouldn't knock everybody off their pace that much. We will see what happens. Miki Sudo now pushing ahead. She's almost 10 hot dogs and buns ahead of Michelle Lesko now, who took the time to wipe her face, clearing the wet bun and hot dog niblets from her face so she could go back at it. Pushing, finishing her 20th now. 1 minute and 20 seconds on my mark. 1 minute and 20 seconds now. 1 minute and 20 seconds. And now, can Mickey break 30 with 1 minute and 11 seconds left? She has 29 right now. One minute left now. Katie Prettyman absolutely in a zone, eating furiously, dunking that bun right up to the 5-second limit there. 45 seconds now. 45 seconds. Miki Sudo with 30. Miki Sudo, they're coming home now. Their ancestors stand on the shores of time, looking down the wire white highway of history at this, their most important day. Ladies and gentlemen, 27 seconds, 27 seconds. $19, 31 for Miki Sudo, 21 for Domenica D. Ladies and gentlemen, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put down your hot dogs. Put down your hot dogs. What did she get? 22. 23. And we had nearly a tie. We have Michelle Lesko to my right and Domenica D to my left. One of these eaters had 21.5 hot dogs and buns. The other had 22 3/4. It was that close. But coming in second here today, Michelle Lesko with 22 3/4 hot dogs and buns. In third place, Domenica D, her first contest, first time ever, 21.5. However, in first place for her 11th championship, with 33 Nathan's Famous hot dogs and buns, the great Miki Sudo. 33 hot dogs and buns, 11 belts. Miki Sudo, amazing job. Miki, tell me how you felt out there. A little bit slower out of the gate. What were you thinking?
Yeah, the hot dogs were great. The weather's beautiful. The crowd had me going. I'm thinking maybe the buns were more filling than usual. It's okay. A win's a win. Thank you for the support.
Very gracious. Folks, she only ate 33 hot dogs and buns. Only 33. Our champion, Miki Sudo.
There you go, Miki Sudo with 33, making her the women's champion at the Coney Island Hot Dog Eating Contest on this 4th of July. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more from around the country when we come back on this Independence Day. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here on this 4th of July. A live look right now at our nation's capital, where in less than 3 hours from now, there will be major fireworks in the sky. And of course, we will be your destination to really showcase the fireworks show, not only out in Washington, D.C., but also around the country. Big cities, small towns, we've got you covered here later tonight on this 4th of July. What we want to do right now is we want to see your photos from your July 4th festivities. So go ahead right now and let us know how you are celebrating. I know a lot of people are probably, grilling out. Maybe they're having family and friends over. All you have to do is scan that QR code there in the top right, and then you can share your photos with us, and you might see yourself on TV here. So please send them in. I know there's a lot of parties going on and people are getting ready for the fireworks shows that are happening. Maybe you're hosting some firework spectaculars in your own backyard or front yard. So let us know how you're doing on the prepping for that, or if you're having family and friends over. We'd love to see those festivities. And look at this, just like Sam sent in. Hey, Sam, and happy 4th of July from Mississippi. All right. Thanks so much there, Sam, for sending that in. You can continue to join in on the fun here. And we got Nicole sharing our nation's birthday with the best attire. Nicole sending that in. Yeah, look at that with the Live Now in the background. Love that. And here we go, another one, making shirts to wear out to fireworks tonight. Thank you, Haley from Texas. Love to see that, and very, very creative as well. And look at this nice one from Crystal on vacation in Florida, visiting family. Okay, awesome. That is great to see. Happy 4th of July to you guys. Hope you have a great time out in Florida. And if you want to join in on the fun, we'd love to see your photos. Just scan that QR code top right, and we may feature you a little bit later today. We love to see how our viewers are spending their 4th of July. All right, let's keep on going right now. We just showed you Washington, D.C. Let's keep you there, show you some of the action from the parade a little bit earlier today. That was just some of the sights and sounds from Washington, D.C. on this 4th of July, and now a live look here. And we are getting you ready for the 4th of July spectacular out in D.C. and other cities across the country, as our special coverage will start here in a little more than an hour. The 4th of July fireworks live on Live Now from Fox starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. We will get you ready for all of the fun and excitement in the air a little bit later tonight. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with more on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Is there a better shot on this 4th of July Statue of Liberty? Standing proud as we continue to bring you some of the best shots from around our beautiful country on this Independence Day. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as always. And hey, we want to see your photos. So let us know what you are doing to celebrate the July 4th holiday. We've already received a lot of our viewers' pics. We love to see that. Just put scan on the QR code there, top right, and you could just do it right from your phone. We know you have so many camera shots there on that photos, so let's see them, and you could either show us what you are doing right now or how you're getting ready for a little bit later this evening. We'd love to see them. All right, let's see what we have so far. This is Preston, Nicole, and Champ from Tucson saying happy 4th. From sunny Arizona. Yes, we know how hot it can get in Arizona for sure. All right, this is KC out in College Station, Texas, getting ready for some barbecue and fireworks. Now that is a great combo. That is how you do it there, KC. Oh yes, Princess is having a holiday saying happy 4th. That is from Davey. We appreciate that. Beautiful, beautiful pic. Oh, and Jonathan G. from San Antonio, Texas, saluting America. Thank you, Alma. That is a nice way to show some celebrations. Joseph from Columbus, barbecue on the 4th. Yeah, love to see that. You guys are doing it right. If you want to continue to share those pics, we love to see them. Scan the QR code there, top right, or you could go to livenowfox.com/connect. Be like Joseph and start sharing away. All right, everyone, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Beautiful look here at the White House as we continue to roll on. Keep you out in D.C. Ashley Dvorkin with a preview of tonight's D.C. Spectacular.
stars are gathering again on the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol to celebrate a Capitol 4th. Alfonso Ribeiro is back as host. It's a role he doesn't take for granted.
The crowd every year has been incredible. There's so much love and support for the show that it makes me just, warm inside. And so I love that. I love this tradition now for me and my family. The whole family comes with me, and we all go to D.C. and get to enjoy this holiday together.
This year's musical lineup includes pop, R&B, classical, and Broadway, all backed by the sounds of the National Symphony Orchestra.
We've got Yolanda Adams, four-time Grammy Award-winning gospel music legend, Abby Carter, American Idol Season 22 winner, Lauren Daigle, another Grammy-winning artist, Low Cash, a country duo, and the Beach Boys. Need not say more, right? The Beach Boys. We've got the Temptations, Motown stars, right? We've got Josh Turner, another country artist. Trombone Shorty will be there also.
Beyond music, the event pays tribute to service, from World War II veterans to the 250th anniversaries of the Army, Navy, and Marines, along with a meaningful salute to first responders.
We're really leaning into it this year, and we're really going to have some fun with them and really, make them feel special about what they do for all of us.
The night wraps with a massive fireworks show lighting up the D.C. skyline.
There's nothing like a great birthday party, and a Capitol 4th throws the best one for the 4th of July.
A Capitol 4th airs live July 4th on PBS. Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
All right, Ashley, thanks for that great preview. That will be happening later tonight, and you can check out 4th of July Spectacular from Washington, D.C. and other major cities. Oh, right here on Live Now from Fox, our special coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, so just an hour away. We will get you the preview and then take you out to D.C. and beyond coming up a little bit later. Let's go out now to California, where officials giving advice for people that are doing their own fireworks shows, how to be safe. Let's listen.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Ryan Nishimoto, Deputy Chief of Operations for Alameda County Fire Department. As Cheryl said, we have been preparing for this July 4th holiday, especially in light of everything going on when it comes to wildfires. We've been not only prepping with our staffing, but we've been planning with our communities, making sure they're ready, making sure that vegetation is managed with our fuels management crew, and also with our upstaffing and having 3 safe and sane jurisdictions, being City of Dublin, City of Newark, and the City of Union City. We're going to be upstaffing in those jurisdictions 4 additional engine companies, 1 bulldozer, 1 hand crew, 1 battalion chief, and 1 water tender. Those units will be split up amongst the 3 jurisdictions, but they're also going to be available for the entire ACFD if needed come July 4th. Those units won't come online, though, until about 6 p.m., and they're going to be on until midnight unless we need them any further. Unless there's any questions for me, I'm going to have Eric Truax come up, captain of our hand crew, Crew 8, and at the same time, we'll both be available for any questions after this.
Good morning, Eric Truax, Alameda County Fire Captain and Superintendent of Crew 8. Recently, what Alameda County Fire has done is stood up a hand crew focusing on fuels mitigation, fire prevention, as well as initial attack within the county and throughout the state. What we do is we specialize 20 hand crew members that are able to supplement and add a force multiplier to any initial attack within the county, meaning that we bring in almost an entire first alarm with us to these fires. As we find in situations like the 4th, we get lots of starts. Lots of starts equal lots of resources. As those resources draw down, what we're able to do with the crew is bring in additional manpower to supplement our forces and reinforce the crews on the line so that we are able to contain these fires faster, put ring of hand line around them, and then move on to the next one to sustain our numbers so that we're able to respond to emergencies throughout the county.
So Eric, can you talk about the video? I released the video that we did yesterday. Kind of tell us about why it's important to have training around that kind of thing, because the wind was blowing just a little bit. Kind of give us a rundown of what that video is about that they just released, that they just got.
Absolutely. So yesterday we participated in a prescribed fire burn, where a prescribed fire, we go in, we make a plan, and under our Under our plan, with pre-positioned resources, we're able to put fire on the ground to consume fuel, thus eliminating chance of an out-of-control fire starting. So we target areas that are prone to starts, and what we're able to do is go in and burn them on our terms rather than them burning in worst-case scenarios with high winds, red flag warnings, and that, thus giving us a foothold in certain areas. We use it as training opportunity as well, getting our crews, familiar with fighting fire in different conditions, different fuel types, and keeping everybody sharp so that when we do get emergency calls, we're able just to respond like we do with our training.
What's your message to the public? How can they help you out? I mean, you're going to be busy regardless. They can help in this.
Absolutely. I think, just staying conscious of what you're doing and where you're doing it. If in your jurisdiction safe and sane fireworks are allowed, what's important is that you do follow the rules. And you just think about consequences if you are to start, where you're lighting your safe and sane fireworks. And if fireworks in your area are not allowed, not lighting off any fireworks, any new start can turn into a conflagration with when resources get strapped down. So, all it takes is 1 acre can burn 3 houses, and something like that would be terrible for the community. So just think about, it's okay to have fun. It's okay to celebrate the 4th of July. But, you don't want to have that disaster where you accidentally start a fire in your community that you love and possibly burn a neighbor's house down or put a life at risk.
Sure. Just to add to that, and just like Captain Truax said, we want everyone to enjoy the holidays, but we also want them to do it responsibly. Everyone on the block could be doing their part, and it takes just one person to not follow the rules, and the whole block is subject to devastation, losing property, losing lives. So we really want to avoid that. A big thing we've seen over the last several years when it comes to fires during this time of year is the improper disposal of our safe and sane fireworks. Please make sure when you're using safe and sane fireworks, you use them as they're intended. Read the directions. Think about the disposal techniques. A lot of people dispose of them right away into garbage cans, trash areas, in public places, and that's what causes fires. Those fires then can emit embers and then take off depending on the weather conditions, the humidity, all the other factors that help fires grow. So please be responsible tomorrow.
It just as a veteran firefighter, I'm outside, it's windy, it's clearly dry, there's some green but not much. So this has a potential to get ugly if a fire is.
Yes, this time of year the fuels they're cured. They're ready right where they should be, meaning that they're vulnerable to embers. They're vulnerable to heat and ignition. Looking at tomorrow's forecast, it looks like the weather, as far as heat, is not going to be overly hot or hotter than usual, but we do have the potential for winds, and like I said, those winds will further dry out the vegetation and at the same time cause more risks for fire spread, fire ignition, and just larger fires in general.
Question about what happened in Yolo County. Obviously, that is a horrible tragedy, still under investigation, but they were professional-grade fireworks. How much does that add to the message that fireworks are explosives, and when not used properly, tragedies can happen?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I believe it's still under investigation, as you said, but I will tell you that those of us in the Alameda County family, Alameda County Fire family, our thoughts and prayers go out to all those who are affected in the Yolo County area.
Talk about disposal again. I used to use safe and sane fireworks in the Central Valley where I grew up. We'd always put it in a bucket of water. Is that what people should do? What is the proper disposal of safe and sane fireworks?
You're doing it right. Yes, it's recommended that you do put used and unused, if you don't plan on using them, safe and sane fireworks, you submerge them in water. A bucket of water works just fine. I believe the directions on both say to leave it overnight and don't dispose of it till the next morning. Any other questions?
Questions? One other thing, Eric, I'd like you to do is to explain what Crew does and how you guys work out there mitigating fires and things like that. A lot of people don't know what's Crew 8.
Yeah, so Crew 8 is a hand crew, meaning it's a group of individuals that go out, and our primary mission is fuels reduction work in the county. What that does is that gives our firefighting forces responding to a wildland fire kind of a foothold in those communities of where we can hopefully stop or anchor a fire to increase suppression efforts. With that, we also supplement first alarms. So when we show up to a fire, our job is to put hand line around that fire, bring the soil, the fuel down to bare mineral soil, thus reducing the risk of that fire escaping after resources leave. That's, kind of the gold standard is with the bulldozer as with the hand crew, where they can't go, we can go. And we try to get a ring around that fire down to bare mineral soil, so nothing kind of gets outside of our containment lines and our control lines. But I think in the community, our primary mission is really making a fire-safe community and county. We are prone to fires. We do have history. We have, one of the largest fires in California state history in our backyard with the SU Lightning Complex, and with the Tunnel Fire, one of the most destructive fires. So Alameda County is rich in fire history, and our primary mission is to make sure that doesn't happen again, and that if we do get that start, unfortunately, at the wrong time, hopefully our firefighting forces will be able to use a fuel break or some of the fuel thinning that we've done to protect our communities and our citizens. And, that's kind of our primary mission. That's our goal working forward in the future is being the hand crew for the county.
All right, there it is from the professionals there, hoping everyone stays safe this July 4th evening there. That is the main concern for all first responders that are out and about working on this holiday. All right, before we go to a 2-minute break, want to know a little bit more about the fireworks that go up in the sky and dazzle us all. Fox News' CB Cotton with the science of fireworks.
The biggest firework holiday in the U.S. is quickly approaching.
I don't think there's an American alive who can think of the 4th of July without thinking about fireworks.
But how do the colors, sparkles, and sounds come about? Chemistry professor Marcy Towns says the anatomy of a firework is key to its explosion.
You have a tube that the charge goes down into, and there's a fuse, and you ignite the fuse. When the fuse burns down, it hits a black powder charge that propels the firework up into the sky.
While fireworks can change colors based off the chemical composition it's made up of, some are harder to create than others.
If you see a beautiful yellow firework, which is pretty common, that has sodium in it. Blue is the hardest color to make. It has copper compounds in it.
Nearly all of the components needed to make up a firework, including aerial shells, paper rockets, and sparkly fountains, are imported from China. But with the ongoing trade fight between the U.S. and China, it's sparked uncertainty on whether next year's displays will skyrocket in price.
In 2025, the consumers will largely pay what they paid last year, but we will not escape it if the trade war continues and the tariffs continue through into 2026.
The fireworks industry is closely watching those tariffs in preparation for next year's Independence Day, when the U.S. turns 250 years old. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
Yeah, big milestone next July 4th for sure. All right, everyone, we'll take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox Up, your host, Mike Page. And sadly, on this 4th of July, Central Texas is reeling from massive flooding. Already 13 people dead, and the search is on for at least 20 minors that are still unaccounted for. Let's show you the latest news conference from Texas officials this evening.
A disastrous flash flood that hit somewhere around 4 in the morning. The rain came down 12 inches or more per hour. Within 45 minutes, the Guadalupe River, and many people watching or listening know that they have, maybe in the past, when they were younger, or taking their kids or grandkids down, you've tubed down the Guadalupe. That river rose 26 feet in 45 minutes. It was a dry bed. It had been dry. There wasn't a lot to absorb it. It went down the rocks, and it was a destructive flood, taking property and, sadly, lives. I know that there are anxious parents watching, wanting information. We have the best rescue teams and response teams in the world in emergencies. Currently, we have 14 helicopters in the air. I've been receiving calls on my personal cell from people who know someone or have someone that was in one of these summer camps. We do not need anyone showing up with a drone. We do not need any more personal helicopters. I know it's been offered. We do not need more additional air assets. We have 14 choppers in the air. It gets dangerous even with that many flying. So I know some of you have said, oh, we can be there, we can help. We do not need any more helicopters or drones flying in the area. We have 14 choppers, as I said, 12 drones, 9 rescue teams, swimmers in the water, rescuing adults and children out of trees. We have 400 to 500 people on the ground from all of our various units, and Freeman Martin, our director of DPS, can talk about the various units who are there. For the parents who are waiting, particularly that had children in Camp Mystic. Camp Mystic is a camp that has over 750 kids. Right now, there are 20-some that aren't accounted for. That does not mean they've been lost. They could be in a tree. They could be out of communication. We're praying for all of those missing to be found alive. We're doing everything we can to get in there. We have the game wardens. You were the colonel of the game wardens, Pete, walking in by foot, driving, dropping in the water, whatever we can do to find everyone we can. That camp is divided into 2 banks. For those of you, parents who have children at Camp Mystic, this is a notice they sent out. They know all of the names of the parents, all the email addresses, all the phone calls, all the cell numbers so they can make the calls. Their following message: we have sustained catastrophic level of flooding. We have no power, water, or Wi-Fi. All Cypress Lake campers are accounted for. So if your child was in Cypress Lake, that camp is divided into certain areas. All Cypress Lake campers are accounted for. All campers on Senior Hill are accounted for. If your daughter is not accounted for, you have been notified from the camp. If you have not been personally contacted, then your daughter has been accounted for. I want to repeat that. And this is not from the state, not from the government. This is from the camp director on the ground. If you have not been personally contacted, then your daughter is accounted for. Instead of telling 700 or 800 parents your daughter is accounted for, they're calling those parents with the news that their daughter is not accounted for yet. They're working with the search and rescue with the state, obviously, and And I know I've had parents. I have 8 grandchildren. I know if it was one of my children, I would be tempted to want to drive there from Houston as well. But we're asking people to stay away from the areas. There's flooding in many roads that are impassable, major roads, minor roads. And once we're able to get some of those roads clear, when the rain stops, then we have 10 buses ready to go in and pick up the kids, and we'll find a point and announce it at that time where you can be reunited with your child and hug them hard, because you know they're frightened. But again, out of the over 700, we have a number of about 23 not accounted for. Yesterday, Jay Hall, who is Region Director 6, personally contacted the judges and the mayors in that area and notified them all of potential flooding. This storm, we had an area bracketed from San Angelo to Waco, down to San Antonio, Kerrville, all the areas. Not exactly sure where it would land. Some forecasts started coming together late, showing where it might land. But yesterday morning, the message was sent. It is up to the local counties and mayors under the law to evacuate if they feel a need. But that information was passed along. Because we were unsure of where the storm might land, Nim Kid, who is on the ground there, I'm heading to Kerrville after this, and I will join out there at the emergency center. We started moving assets in various areas, not knowing where it would be, but in various areas on Friday, so that in the event, wherever the storm hit and wherever the flooding occurred, if it was flooding, that we would be on the ground as close as we could be, as fast as we could be. This is an area that has lots of camps, thousands of children throughout those camps, especially in the summertime on the 4th of July weekend. The main area that we have heard from so far is the Camp Mystic area. We have not had reports from other camps at this point of a loss, but that does not mean there has not been. We just have not had any report. There have been confirmed deaths. That number changes, and the one thing I've learned in this position over many disasters that Governor Abbott or I have had to cover, the first news is always not the correct news. And you always pray for it being better. But I'm not going to give exact numbers, but we don't have exact numbers, but somewhere between 6 and 10 bodies have been found, some in cars that were washed down upstream that came down into the area. Some are adults, some are children. Again, we don't know where those bodies came from, and was it from a camp? Was it from one of the many homes that are all along the Guadalupe River? We just obviously don't know that at this time. I want to turn it over to our Director, Freeman Martin, to talk about our response from DPS and the other agencies.
Governor, thank you. This is it's a tragic event. It's going to be a mass casualty event. We know that. We prepared. We moved resources into the area. This is a Texas response. This is not DPS. This is the Texas Military Department, Texas Department of Public Management. We have Parks and Wildlife. We have every local agency in the area. We're working hand in hand with the Kerr County Sheriff, the San Antonio Police Department, really the San Antonio region. There were many, many cities and law enforcement agencies and first responders self-deployed. So we have plenty of resources on the ground. Lieutenant Governor mentioned over 500 boots on the ground. Texas DPS alone, we have over 100 troopers, agents, and rangers on the ground. We have 7 helicopters. We're supported by 5 TMD helicopters and 2 Parks and Wildlife helicopters. We have planned for shifts. We're going to work throughout the night. So when we started this at 4 o'clock in the morning, we've been working this all day. We've got a B shift and a C shift that are going to come in and relief, so there won't be a gap in the search and rescue operations. But the governor said it accurately, is there's too many unknowns, and there's information that sometimes it sounds conflicting. You have a report that there's 20 people missing from one camp, and then you have a report that everybody's accounted for. Well, there's 2 camps that are split with the same name. So we don't want to get in front of that. It's taken some time to get in there. With all the resources we have, as bad as the storm was this morning, our helicopters had a hard time getting in. And so a lot of people that were cut off, they were counted as missing. They don't have self-service or electricity, but they're on high ground and they're safe. So we have gotten to several of these where there's as many as 200 in one location. We're able to bring in food and water and supplies to them. It's just taking time to get them out of there. At the same time, there's other camps where we know their people are missing, and there's search and rescue operations going on. Parks and Wildlife using their boat teams, some of our tactical marine assets. They go as far as they can go, and then they go on foot the rest of the way. So it's not easy, but we're making progress and hope to have better numbers later this afternoon. As the Lieutenant Governor said, we'll be on the ground here shortly with our first responders there in Kerrville. I know there's reunification centers stood up, one in Ingram at the elementary school at 125 West Brave Run in Ingram. There's another one at the Arcadia Live Center on Walter Street in Kerrville. And then there's media staging at the Hill Country Youth Event Center in Kerrville, where there'll be a media press event later on. A couple of things. Lieutenant Governor said we don't need any more first responders. We don't need anybody to self-deploy. We don't need any more drones or helicopters. We don't need people just showing up. This is a very coordinated response. Stay away from the area. If you can, stay home with your families. That's the right thing to do, to stay out of this area. There's working with TxDOT. We know there's over 85 locations that have been impacted by high water, and at least 25 roads shut down. Right now, the rain has let up, but we know there's another wave coming, and then there's going to be some more impact downstream later tonight and tomorrow that we're concerned about. So we'll continue to work with locals. We're also doing rescue operations and evacuation operations in Tom Green County and Kimball County. We're concerned about San Saba downriver, so there will be more notifications coming out. If you're asked to evacuate, please evacuate. If you are on a roadway and you see water, you have no idea how deep that water is or how swift it is. Stop, turn around. Do not try to cross water if you don't know, you can't tell how deep it is. But the best advice is stay home. And I know y'all want numbers. I wish we had numbers. Those numbers change frequently. Like I said, some people are reporting as missing, and they're not missing. They were evacuated. They're safe. They just didn't. No family member is concerned, not knowing where they are. So, with that, Governor, I'll turn it back over to you.
I do want to mention before I turn it over to Pete that I was in touch with the governor early this morning with Senator Ted Cruz. We've been in touch. Tried to reach out to the sheriff, or not tried, reached out to the sheriff and the county judge in Kerr County, and understandably they're busy, not answering their phone. They're getting a lot of calls from a lot of people, but that's why we're going down there. But we are in touch between our departments. We are in touch with them. We've had multiple calls from the White House today. I've talked to several people at the White House. The president has sent the message, whatever we need, we will have. We are sending in the Army Corps of Engineers. It's one of the requests we made to look at the dam at Canyon Lake to make sure that dam holds. I just had a meeting with them before I came out here. I said, is the dam safe? And they said, it is safe, sir. I said, safe tomorrow? It is safe, sir. I said, well, if anything changes on that, you call me on speed dial immediately. But right now, the Army Corps believes that dam will hold and is safe as we sit here today. We're also expecting more rain and potential flash flooding to the Waco area, San Antonio, Austin, overnight. That would not be, that would be localized flooding where, as the director said, you don't want to be driving in deep water. We could have heavy rain in those areas. But even in the Kerrville area, even if it's not a heavy rain, just a few inches of rain is going to only make the situation worse. Let me turn it over to Senator Pete Flores, who represents that area, along with House Member Wes Verdell, who reached out to me earlier today. I know he's from Brady. I don't know if he's waterlocked or not, because some of those roads are cut off. But we appreciate him reaching out. Senator Flores.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for allowing me to be here, and thank you all for being here. And the first comment I made is prayers for our affected Texans, and to make sure that that they come out of this event with their lives. And for the first responders that are out there, especially the local ones who were there first, we want to always recognize that they mostly voluntarily step up for their fellow citizens, and are the first ones there and the last ones to leave. My role is to work with the governor and work with the state agencies to make sure that our affected areas get what they need, and thank God we are in Texas, because Texas is well prepared to do this. And my previous life was as a game warden, so as a colonel game warden, so I've responded to many of these emergencies over the years, and hurricanes, and know what's happening and what's fixing to happen. It's basically we're in the search and rescue part. That's what's most important, and for all of us to remember is that this first 24 to 48 hours is search and rescue, and saving as many lives as we can, and recovering as much of our fellow Texans that we can. So as we do that, we thank you very much for your support of our first responders and that are out in the field at this moment as we speak, and we will continue to move forward to ensure that the most successful outcome that we can possibly do happens. And again, thank God we're in Texas, because that makes it more probable.
A website, disaster.texas.gov, for those watching if you want to keep up with reports, disaster.texas.gov. Before I open up for questions, I want the parents out there who are watching, who are unsure, because they're just unsure. But the parents who got calls from Camp Mystic, where they said your daughter is not accountable at this point, or is not accounted for at this point, I want all of you to know we will do everything humanly possible 24/7, looking at every tree, turning over every rock, whatever it takes, if your child is one of those truly missing and not just out of touch, to find your daughter. We will do everything humanly possible to find your daughter or son. And we say daughter because Camp Mystic is a girls' camp, and that's where we've had a number unaccounted for. 20-some was the last count before I came out, and again, that could change while we were sitting here. Make no mistake, we will do everything possible. The 500 people that are in the field are looking for your daughter. Questions?
Governor, you talked about how fast this rain came and how fast
yes.
the channel filled up. Do you know if they got any lead time at all out on site, and were people able to get out of there before the rains hit?
So the weather forecasts were all over the map, from a few inches to possible flooding. And I had my first contact, I believe the governor left the state Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not exactly sure, but I had a contact on Wednesday of potential heavy rain, potential weather, somewhere in a very large area of Texas. And so that was the first contact. And then on yesterday, I guess it was Thursday, there was a 10 o'clock weather call, and that call goes out every day at 10 o'clock, and judges and mayors are invited to be on the call. 10 a.m., right? 10 a.m., yes, sir. And so that call was put out. And then just to double down, again, I mentioned Jay Hall, the region director. He went out personally and made sure everyone on the local officials were aware there could be flooding. And it could have gone somewhere else. The storm could have moved 20 miles somewhere else. But everything was done to give them a heads up that you could have heavy rain, and we're not exactly sure where it's going to land. Obviously, as it got dark last night, we got into the wee morning of the hours. That's when the storm started to zero in. Another question?
Lieutenant Governor, do you anticipate, or do you know if there will be any sort of curfew put in place?
I don't. That would be up to the local officials. I don't think that's going to be an issue. I don't think people are roaming around out there. The water's pretty high. Yes. Another question?
Can you give us a timeline on when the deployment first happened that you were describing earlier? Was it last night?
The first calls we got into the, TDEM and Nim Kid, who would normally be here, he's on site there in Kerrville. He drove there earlier this morning. They had pre-positioned equipment and people in the event it would be close to somewhere it landed. You know, they may have to move 10 or 15 miles, but they had already pre-positioned, not knowing if it was going to be a light rain, a medium rain, or heavy rain. But there were surely multiple forecasts. And this morning, it's my understanding, Director, that at 4 a.m. we started getting the first calls and response calls. Is that correct?
That's correct. We actually started moving resources a couple of days ago, and for us, it's a holiday weekend, so there are no days off for troopers, agents, and rangers. Law enforcement, we work the holidays, but starting 2 days ago, we started moving aircraft and strategically placing some boat teams with Parks and Wildlife in coordination with TDEM. And so, but the thing is, we didn't know Menard, Kerrville, San Antonio. So we stage them in the San Antonio area for the most part. But
yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming. We will update you as we have more information. Again, disaster.texas.gov. We always say in these situations, thoughts and prayers. I'm asking the people of Texas, do some serious praying this afternoon, on your knees kind of praying, that we find these young girls and that they're only unaccounted for because they're somewhere that we don't know yet, but that they're alive and safe, and we will find them. If they're alive and safe, we will find them and bring them home to you. So please pray for these families tonight and this afternoon. Thank you all very much.
Yes, sir.
And that was the sad update there coming from the Texas officials. And we should let you know that the next major update is coming in less than an hour. And we will feature that for you on our YouTube page on Live Now from Fox. Again, that's coming up in less than an hour, expected at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And we will bring it to you again on our special YouTube page. All right, let's continue on right now here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to show you the coverage from Fox 4 Dallas of this tragic situation that is happening in Central Texas.
Down around midday, and that allowed search and rescue efforts to ramp up. The water that moved down the Guadalupe River Friday morning was like a sledgehammer. Whit Williams says he was in his Riverside apartment unit when the surge broke through his walls.
Thankfully, there was enough water from the backside that the force busted a hole through the back door where I was able to get out. And
you swam downriver?
I don't even know how to swim. I was barely enough to made my way to that side, and then the officers helped me get to safety, but I literally lost everything. Lost my cat. That's my car right over there, as you see. All my documents, literally everything. I lost literally everything.
But you're alive.
I'm alive, barely.
Search teams moved up and down the riverbank looking for survivors and victims. Practically every pile of debris had to be searched. Like this one. A close look at this picture, and you can see a hand of a young man who was found alive with a broken leg. He was swept out of an RV park. One of the people who came to his aid spoke to me by phone.
He was wrapped up in cables, the electrical cables. It's a miracle. It's a miracle in a lot of ways. This is just conjecture, but the power lines were down and they were wrapped through that ball of debris he was in, and it looks like that's what kind of swung him out of the main current of the river and deposited him on the side.
The wall of water also tore through rental homes and several youth camps. Mystic Camp confirmed some of their campers were missing. None of the sites were evacuated the night before, despite advisories and first responder activations Thursday by state officials. During a Friday morning news briefing, I asked County Judge Rob Kelly why the Riverside locations were not evacuated in advance of the storm's arrival.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Well, you're the judge. I mean, you're the top official here in this county. Why can't you answer that? There are kids missing. These camps were in harm's way. We knew this flood was coming.
We didn't know this flood was coming. Rest assured, no one knew this kind of flood was coming. We have floods all the time. This is the most dangerous river valley in the United States.
I agree.
And we deal with floods on a regular basis. When it rains, we get water. We had no reason to believe that this was going to be anything like what's happened here. None whatsoever.
Time-lapse video shows how quickly the water rose. Around 4 o'clock Friday morning, the area around the main channel of the Guadalupe was dry. It only took a few minutes for the area to be inundated. As of Friday afternoon, officials confirmed 13 fatalities, but could not say how many people were missing. In Kerrville, I'm Rudy Koski, Fox News.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. That was a little bit of Fox 4 Dallas coverage. I do want to show you that picture again here, the picture from a rescue that happened earlier today of a young man who was swept out of a RV park near Kerrville. He was found wrapped in wire, buried in debris pile with a broken leg, and that pic is from Zach Doris there, and you could see that just very, very difficult times going on there in Kerrville. We want to go out now to Kerr County officials speaking on this situation. Let's listen in.
1-800-733-2767. What I'm going to ask the public to do at this time, what we need is, we've got a lot of assets here from every agency. I actually really don't know what all. I mean, they keep coming in. My phone doesn't stop. We've got a lot of help out there. We'll be able to do the job. It's just going to take some time. But I ask everybody to shelter in place, okay, if you can. That's what I'd like to get out. Please shelter in place. We're working really hard. We don't have a number of how many are missing. Obviously, we're working hard and around the clock to do that. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to PI Clint Morris.
Thank you, Sheriff Latha. Now I'd like to welcome to the microphone Kerrville Mayor Joe Herring Jr.
Thank you for being here. Our job today is to give you information as soon and as quickly and as accurately as we can. I want to say another time, thank you to all the dedicated men and women from so many different agencies who are here to help. City crews, county crews, and state crews are working extremely hard to help in this situation. I want the public to know we are doing everything we can to rescue those who are in peril and to find those who are missing. Now I'd like to call on City Manager Dalton Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Herring. Dalton Rice, the city manager for the city of Kerrville. I really want to appreciate and thank everybody for their patience. We know that this is a lot going on. We know that some of the times have changed. As I said before in the previous briefing, this situation has evolved very quickly, and it's still actively going on. So I want to kind of share a couple things. We have what we know, we have what we don't know, and we have what we don't know we don't know. And so we're continuously working through this process. Kind of just a real quick brief history of what happened on the timeline this morning. The North and South Fork, which feed into the Guadalupe, hit peaks about 3 a.m., give or take. Don't quote me on my times, but somewhere around 3:30, 3 a.m. I was on the river trail at that time, and everything was fine. Within an hour to hour and a half to 2 hour period, it was up almost to the bridge. So it rose very quickly, very significantly. We even had crews, out just getting ready for the 4th of July event, and we could not anticipate this. Despite flood warnings, despite everything going on, there were some things that happened very fast. When those two rivers converged, or two forks converged, it created obviously a large flood event. In that, because of the early morning hours and because of the holiday weekend or holiday time period, those were not yet awake, and there was a lot of people that were sleeping. And so as we are going through the camps, we are still trying to figure out where people are, what's going on, and how to best serve those. So again, thank you for your patience. I'm going to throw a lot of information out to you guys as far as shelters. We do have multiple shelters set up. Shriner University Event Center at 2100 Memorial Boulevard. First United Methodist Church at 321 Thompson Drive. Calvary Temple Church, 3000 Loop 534. Notre Dame Catholic Church, 929 Main Street. We also have a donation center located. You can call the Red Cross. They are not quite set up as far as donations yet. However, Cross Kingdom at 3044 Jet Highway, 830-367-3480 is taking donations, so please contact them if there's any donations out there. We are working on getting a volunteer set up, so we understand that a lot of people want to help, a lot of people want to provide their assets and their time, but please bear with us while we get a number and get a volunteer coordinator set up. So if you want to help, give us some time. We are currently still actively rescuing, so we are not quite into recovery mode yet. We are still actively trying to find those that are out and those that are needing assistance. A couple utility updates. KPUB, Kerrville Public Utility Board, our electric co-op. We have about 2,800 customers that still remain without power. Damage assessments are ongoing. We are having obviously some still active flooding and some road closures that are impacting KPUB operations. We do have some other sites that are currently underwater still. So we do not have an estimated time for restoration. That will be delayed. Again, stay away from down power lines. If you think it's a line, just stay away from it. You can report outages 24/7 on the Smart Hub app, online at kpub.com, or 855-959-2496. We will be moving EOC about 1,800 at some point. We also, as far as water, we did have a couple water main breaks that are being resolved. Some of the floods and flooding damage has caused some water main breaks. So we do have crews out there to identify those breaks as well. If you do not have to be on the road, please stay off the roads. Let emergency vehicles pass. We've had some issues with emergency vehicles not being able to get to their locations or to get to the places that they're trying to rescue people or save people. This will go into the evening. We plan on working around the clock. Our next operational period will start, and we'll continue to get information out to y'all in a timely manner. So without that, I will turn it back over to Clint. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalton. Okay, that's going to about conclude what we're doing for this event. Our next communication, we're estimating for about 7 to 7:30 this evening. We urge the public to continue to monitor our social media channels for the Kerr County Sheriff's Office, as well as Kerr County, the City of Kerrville, and that will help you get to the most recent information that we have, especially about what we need you to do to stay safe. Thank you very much.
Very tragic. What's going on right now in Texas as the search efforts continue out this hour. And here's some more video that we are getting here of the massive flooding. And you can just see why they are right now in the situation that they find themselves, because this water coming in so fast. And again, just we all know the power of water, how forceful it could be once it does get going, and how fast that it could really start rising. Perfect example right here as you just see it moving through. So again, the next update is coming around 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 local time there in Texas. We will provide special coverage on our Live Now from Fox YouTube page when that does happen. And the latest updates will be happening from Texas officials on this 4th of July tragedy that is going on right now in Central Texas. Again, at least 13 people dead, and the search is on for more than 20 minors associated with that Camp Mystic. So we will again be looking for more updates coming at 8:30 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes with much more from across the country. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set in Washington, D.C. as the D.C. Fireworks Spectacular expected to get going in a little more than an hour. You'll see that coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. And a little bit ago, the White House putting this iconic photo out. POTUS, FLOTUS, B-2 bomber, Make America Great Again. And the image from earlier today of President Trump and the First Lady as that B-2 bomber soared over the White House. We'll showcase some of that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But now you saw what the White House picture was, but we want to see your photos of 4th of July celebrations. So we want to know how you are celebrating the 4th of July. Send us those photos in. We'd love to see them. You could just scan that QR code top right, and you could possibly be on TV with your family. So we'd love to check it out there. So again, we always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox, and we want to see those photos happening in real time. Look at this great one right here from Jeffrey saying it's Remy's first 4th of July parade. How special there from Oklahoma City. Love to see those photos. All right, we got Bobby doing barbecue with his family, and oh yeah, and fireworks are ready. Yeah, that's what we love to see. Summerdale, great to see you there. Thanks for watching. We appreciate it, and thanks for sharing that photo. Another family here in Nadia, Sacramento. We are camping. That's some nice memories being made right now with the family. You'll always remember that one. Okay, this is the way to cool off. Tara showing this one from LA. Red, white, and blue popsicles for Lux. That's the way to cool down right there. All right, so if you want to continue to share those photos, we love to see them. Scan that QR code top right, and all you have to do is add that photo, tell us where you're watching from, and you could be in the mix for this 4th of July spectacular that we are featuring for you. Well, we are almost here, everyone. We are almost here to the 4th of July fireworks. It will be happening 8 p.m. Eastern. The coverage in about 8 minutes. We'll be taking you from across the country, getting you ready for the big celebrations. Again, the DC one happening about 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll have that for you on Live Now from Fox. So let's take a look at how some Dallas area residents are celebrating.
Noon. That way the roads could get open and everybody was back to more celebrations.
All right. Some of the coverage there from Fox 4 in Dallas. Love to see it right there. Let's go out right now for a little bit to some of the celebrations out in Florida. A nice parade going on there earlier today. Let's listen in. And you are watching live now from Fox. This is our 4th of July coverage. And soon you will see some fireworks from across the country. We're just showcasing a beautiful parade out in Safety Harbor, Florida, near Tampa. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here, and happy 4th of July to you. Thanks so much for being with us. So you might be with family and friends, might have had just a great time being at some parades. having some barbecue, grilling out, and getting ready for the fireworks, and you came to the right place because we will take you coast to coast later today in about an hour, showcasing some of the country's greatest fireworks show. The great thing is you don't have to go anywhere. You can park it right at your couch and stay at home and just relax and be with family and friends. And we'd love to see some of your pictures. So we've been getting some great ones in from all over the country. We want to know how you are celebrating the July 4th holiday. You could scan that QR code and share it with us. We've been getting some great ones already, and we want to see them and we want to share them. So thanks again for being with us here on our very special coverage. Soon we will be seeing the fireworks take off, and look at this great one. We got the Guzzo family watching from Miami. God bless America and the men and women who serve to keep us safe. Thank you so much for that beautiful picture. Look at Daisy from Mason staying out of the sun and waiting for the fireworks. That's the way to do it there. Nice and cool and relaxing. Very nice there. Happy 4th. Alex, this is from New Bern, North Carolina. Can't celebrate without a cake. And that, my friend, looks very, very inviting. Way to go on that. That looks great. That's a Pinterest type of picture right there. No doubt about it. And we want to continue to see them. Look at the Sally, 4th of July color in the lights. Yeah, you're doing it right with the red, white, and blue, all decked out, and our beautiful American flag as well. That is great. So be like Sally and the others, everyone. You can scan that QR code top right. Love to see more of your photos, and then you might be on TV, and you can just sit back and relax, everyone, because we've got you covered this evening when it comes to the July 4th spectaculars from all over the country. This is a great shot in D.C. as they are preparing for a magnificent show. And in just a little bit, President Trump and the First Lady will be watching as well. But take a look at, we saw them earlier today as well. This was a great shot of the President and First Lady coming down the steps there. But look what everyone has been talking about, especially on social media, is this. The flyover with the B-2 and fighter jets soaring high above over the White House there. What a shot that was from earlier there. So always great to see. And yeah, we love to see all of the different shots from around the country and around the world here as well. All right, we want to continue to really showcase not only what's happening a little bit later, but also what's happening now as well. So in just a little bit, we are going to go out to some of our friends over Fox 11 in Los Angeles, and they will be just giving us a great point of view from all of their festivities that they have going on. So let's go out to Fox 11 for a little bit of their coverage and how people are celebrating out in the Los Angeles area tonight.
Protest on this 4th of July. Thousands of demonstrators flooding the streets across Los Angeles, protesting what they see as a lack of independence.
While others are celebrating in more traditional manners. Let's go live to Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez in Alhambra. Christina, what's happening?
At Amazon Park, and this is the battle for the shade is what's going on here. People are just beginning to arrive. Fireworks are not till 9 o'clock tonight, so people are here just beginning to stake out their spot. As you said, this is one of the not postponed 4th of July celebrations. Others decided not so much to celebrate independence as to protest what they see as lack of it. Listen.
No more occupation!
A large rally making its way through downtown L.A., where marchers took advantage of empty streets since 4th of July celebrations here were postponed.
It wasn't as big as the No Kings protest that we were a part of a couple of weeks ago. No one is taking what is happening to our country seriously enough.
This march, part of the 50501 movement, Free America Weekend of Community Actions. Skyfox, you can see the crowd facing off with uniformed personnel outside the federal building.
Peaceful! Stand behind the yellow line!
On the ground, monitors, keeping the crowd sane and safe, and quite colorful during the day. In Los Feliz, it was the Free America Weekend rally organized by Women's March.
We are protesting the inhumanity and the cruelty of this government and what they're doing to our community.
A much smaller group outside the Joint Forces training base in Los Alamitos, the Lavender Democrats protesting the deployment of National Guard troops to help federal forces. All daytime events peaceful with all kinds of people saying 4th of July is as good a day as any to put out their message.
This can't be America. This is not the new normal.
The point of my shirt is that we are all immigrants, no matter where we live.
And back here live, you know, you're going to have to come back to us at 5:30. I want to see who is in that setup. Talk about staking out that looks like a petting zoo over there of people. So I'm going to go find out what they're all about. And we're going to talk to some of these people, see how they're celebrating. Obviously, they're here, but their feelings about it. So we'll get to meet some people, see who they are. 5:30. See you back here. Happy 4th of July. I'm Christina Gonzalez in Alhambra. Back to you.
So what's the party like there? Do they have music, or what's going on in Alhambra tonight?
Oh, yeah. You might be able to hear. They have a Katy Perry band.
Tribute band?
You know, a cover band. They actually were practicing. Yeah, Katy Perry cover band. And they also, I mean, what was the name? Oh, God, I was looking there. I mean, they have Fireworks. Dance Evolution and the Katy Perry cover band. You can hear they're getting ready for later.
Well, of course,
they also have Fireworks. And over there... I'm going to check out the food. Of course, I am going to go out there because there isn't a line. It's calling my Cuban name to go see what is out there for food. So, yeah, you know what? This is the best behaved, nicest bunch of people. You know, I want to see how they're going to party.
Christina, it looks like
we're going to get some entertainment here.
Looks like a smaller crowd out there at this hour, but looks like also a beautiful day. The weather looks great.
Oh, it's beautiful. And they tell me they expect 8,000 people here. 8,000 is 10% of the population of Alhambra. But they tell me that's what packs here. So if you are nearby in one of those places where they actually postponed ceremonies, come on in. It's open. No charge. Just stake out a place and the shade is going away, but the sun's going down. Come say hi.
All right, Christina, we'll see you at 5:30. Of course, Katy Perry's most famous song is Fireworks. So good to have that happening tonight.
All right, that was a little bit there of Fox 11's coverage out in Los Angeles, though. Let's keep on going with some more live feeds from some of our great TV stations across the country. Let's go out to Phoenix, Arizona. Fox 10 Phoenix providing some 4th of July festivities as well. Let's listen in.
Time. It'll absolutely give you chills and an incredible experience all around. Happy 4th of July. Reporting live here in Mesa, Lauren Clark, Fox 10 News.
Yeah, Lauren, we were talking about this during the break, that I would venture to guess that the 100 people today know more about this country than a lot of our citizens born here.
Yeah, they do have to take that test in order to officially become a citizen. A lot of people said, you know, they were very, very grateful to get the opportunity to take that test and just learn a lot about our country as well. Olena from Ukraine said after she learned that she passed, she was just thinking about this day for weeks. It was in her dreams. So just a really incredible experience for everyone.
Yep. Well, we welcome them home. Thanks, Lauren. Lauren Clark. While some cities will show off traditional fireworks, more and more are opting for drone shows.
Yeah, in fact, 2 Valley cities, they are looking to make a world record this 4th, and Fox 10's Huntington Beach has more.
It's a new era when it comes to fireworks, not just pyrotechnics, but propellers. In the city of Goodyear, a part of a world record attempt this 4th of July, the most amount of drones in the sky across 26 cities.
It is history in the making.
400 drones will fly high over Goodyear Park. This drone show is not just lights. The drones themselves are launching fireworks from new heights.
Our drones have payload capabilities. They will be taking fireworks up in the sky and igniting them in very specific patterns.
Goodyear and Gilbert are two of 26 cities a part of Sky Element's Guinness Book of World Records attempt, the most amount of drone shows flown within 24 hours across the United States.
Demand is high, business is booming.
It's a safer way to launch without any fallout. The drones bring back down the fireworks capsule, and the noise is sensory friendly.
The fireworks and the concussive effect isn't coming off of the ground, so you're not going to have that loud boom, but you're still going to get the bright colors that you would expect.
Other Valley cities like Tempe and Gilbert are offering two separate shows, something for everyone.
Yes, we just wanted to have a variety of entertainment, so we went with both.
Kenzie Beach, Fox 10 News.
Well, where did the monsoon go? Weather cleared up just in time for the 4th of July.
And Fox 10's Ashley Lewis.
All right, that was Fox 10 out in Phoenix, and we are going to stay a little bit with their coverage because we want to go out now live to Fox 10 Phoenix and show you Corey McCloskey out and about that people celebrating 4th of July. Let's listen in.
Trucks out back, all refrigerated, ready to roll.
So we got the potato salad coming.
Yeah, we started with the fresh greens with tomatoes, cucumbers, ranch dressing, and vinaigrette salad dressing. Now we got potato salad, which is my favorite. Yes. And now these guys are going to get a burger, a dog, and we got a vegetarian burger. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it should be pretty fun.
Oh, yeah. I always like the other side of the chafing dish.
Yeah, me too. That's where I like to work. All right, so we got our burger. And we've got a vegetarian burger right here.
Very good.
There you go.
And it's not just what we're seeing here. You've got desserts all over the place.
Yes.
You've got watermelon. I mean, it's about as all-American 4th of July as it gets.
That's
Am I
right.
right?
So pretty sequence, right? So you come down the line, you get salads, hot proteins. And then come on over here, guys.
Come on over.
Actually, you want to go to the condiment station?
Oh, sure we do.
To put all the fixins on. So we got all the fixins. All right, guys, here we go.
Are we going with heavy onions, Jacob?
Yeah,
no. Smart.
No
they stick with them, don't they? Yeah, I know. I'm the same way.
Lettuce, onions, tomatoes, cheese, pickles. So you guys can make this all up.
Very good.
And
well,
then
we'll leave you here, and we're going to head over this way because there's a ton to see.
Yeah, then back over here. So now, once they've got their hamburger and that, they come over here. We've got apple cobbler.
Oh, really?
Fresh sliced watermelon. Yeah, look at this. Apple cobbler.
Oh,
look at that.
I don't mind saying I would enjoy an apple cobbler right now.
Some of that right there.
Now, thank you so much. Now, let's talk recipes. Where does your apple cobbler recipe come from?
You know,
you've been in the food business your whole life.
That's right. And you know, since I've been at M Culinary for 30 years, we've had the same pastry chef, Chef Kurt Carafa. And this is his recipe. He's been doing this for 30 years. So, to be honest with you,
I love the long timers.
Yeah, you don't want me in the pastry shop. I'm a hot chef. I'm a savory guy. Yeah.
You know, there's some talk of that on the internet.
I have to measure. I do all that, right?
Well, let's come down this way.
And then you pick up a drink right here. And then we have our cupcakes, which is going to open at 7:30.
Oh, let's get another look at those cupcakes. They are pretty spectacular. I've never seen this many cupcakes lined up in one pattern.
Well, this pattern right here is 1,600 cupcakes. And I've got another 1,000 on the truck. And at 7:30, people will line up, and they'll take plates of them, and
I love it.
We keep filling it until the night's over.
Wow! And so you'll be serving dinner, so to speak.
Yeah.
Until when?
Until the fireworks, about 8:30, 8:45. Then people start meandering out, and at 9 o'clock, 9:05, whatever that time is, the fireworks start. So,
people should know that you serve the finest and you serve the biggest events. If you go to the WM Phoenix Open, there you are.
There you are.
I don't know how many meals you put out there.
45,000 a day, 6 days in a row.
Well, this is you're practically
This is a
with your
one-shot
eyes
deal.
closed.
Yeah, right.
Take one spin around, and you can just see how enormous this place is.
Yeah.
Come on out and see us. You can walk right up. Still time to get out. That's right. Hang loose, buddy. And anyway, we've got fireworks and so forth coming throughout the night. We've got a rodeo. We've got, as I said, the slider eating championship. We have a pretender to the Joey Chestnut throne.
Yes.
Also, we have the international water balloon tossing championship too. And I'm having an apple cobbler.
Man.
I mean, what a rough deal.
Brisket, cobbler.
That says it all.
I know.
That was made yesterday. We made 100 2-inch pans.
Yeah.
So that's 200 serving. That's
He's relentless.
so many servings.
I don't know why my co-anchors persist in this news business when they could be out here with us.
Exactly.
I know. We're having a good time. My favorite thing is grab a dog and go watch the rodeo.
Oh, my gosh.
Then come back and do it again.
I know. We'll be out there. You guys stay there. See you soon.
He is awesome.
Yeah.
That is great to see right there. Corey McCloskey, one of the funniest weathermen in the business, no doubt about that. We could just have a camera on Corey and the chef there, and that'd be a show right there, no doubt about it. All right, everyone, we'll take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with much more in just moments on this 4th of July Spectacular. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as we continue to bring you some of the coverage from across the country, getting you ready on this 4th of July to seeing some amazing fireworks shows. And the great thing about it is you get to watch it from the comfort of your home, and we'll take you from city to city, from the east to the west. We've got you covered. Big city, small town, it doesn't matter. We will showcase it to you all right here on Live Now. We are gearing up for the D.C. big one, though. That is coming up in less than 45 minutes. That's the one that President Trump will be at, First Lady Melania Trump, and so many others in D.C. will be looking up to the sky as the night sky will be lit up with some amazing, amazing fireworks. And so many people will be taking photos, videos. We know it. But right now, we want to see some more of your photos. We want to know how you are celebrating the July 4th holiday. You can send in your pics right now. QR code top right. All you have to do is say where you're watching from and who's in the pics. and we can share them right here on Live Now from Fox, like this one from Alabama. Cordy wearing big 4th of July hats. Yeah, got it decked out on the whole car right there. That is the way to celebrate, no doubt. Jerome, Salt Lake City, July 4th with Spider-Man. Very nice there. Awesome pick. Thanks for sharing. Happy 4th to you. Look at this one. Deborah, she wants to know, we are watching for sure, no doubt, staying cool in Arkansas. Thank you so much for watching and being part. Look at this one. Oh, yeah, Harlan from Oregon. Not only is he watching us right now, live down from Fox, we appreciate it, but look at the kit that he has. This is going to be a show out in Oregon, courtesy of Harlan. He's ready for it. Fireworks show, no doubt. Thanks so much again for sharing. And here we go. Kathy, College Station. Have a blessed Independence Day. Great family. Thanks so much for watching. Happy 4th of July to you. Again, if you want to continue to share those photos, it's so easy. Just scan that QR code at top right. We'd love to see more of them. It's great to see so many people watching, taking part with their families, and it is going to be something to see once everything is dazzling up in the sky, no doubt about it. So we want to continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. We'll be back with more coverage from all over the country on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. We are moments away from 4th of July fireworks shows, and you are watching the right spot, because coming up at around 9 p.m. Eastern, we will be taking you from coast to coast here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, let's take a look at some of the festivities in the San Francisco area. Let's go out to our station, KTVU, with some of the breakdown.
This afternoon in the city, and of course the fun not over yet. KTV's Christian Captain joining us live with a look at the celebrations.
Yeah, so we have already been to a parade today, and now we're here at Aquatic Cove. This is going to be prime seating for tonight's fireworks show right here in San Francisco. For a big city, San Francisco celebrated the 4th of July with a lot of small-town charm. On the west side, in the city's newest park, Sunset Dunes, the San Francisco Pride Band warmed up, getting ready to march to mark the 4th.
Well, I think in general, what's more American than a parade, and what's more American than a marching band in a parade?
The park has been at the center of a neighborhood controversy, but Supervisor Joel Engardio said this was always what he'd envisioned for this space.
This is Sunset Dunes. Look at this. The joy, the people, the community members. This is what it's all about.
Families turned out to celebrate what America stands for.
4th of July means freedom in America and just celebrating who we are.
And families showed off their patriotic spirit.
I gotta say, this was my wife's idea. She did a whole lot of work because she really has a lot of heart for this country and especially this city, and wanted to express it here at this parade.
As the parade made its way along the Great Highway, California State Senator Scott Wiener said the parade and the values it represents is a fitting way to celebrate the 249th anniversary of our nation's founding.
So today, 4th of July, Independence Day, the birthday of our nation, is about recommitting ourselves to protecting our democracy, to sticking up for our neighbors who are under assault, whether immigrants or LGBTQ people.
Across town in Fisherman's Wharf, crowds began staking out their space for the night's fireworks show. Visitors and locals agree it's one of a kind.
It is absolutely gorgeous. It's out on the water, so the fireworks are being blown up out of the water, but when you sit on the beach, it feels like they're falling down on top of you.
Businesses say the holiday has brought out the crowds, and the Argonaut Hotel said there was still a chance to rent a room looking out over the show.
If you book quick, we have just a handful of rooms left, but love to welcome all our visitors to Fisherman's Wharf, and got the fireworks right outside. Can't beat that.
Now, a few things to note for folks coming out tonight. The grassy field here at Aquatic Park, which is usually prime seating, is actually fenced off. You can see there while they work to refurbish the area. That may make finding space a little bit more difficult. And so far, as you heard from Roberta, we've seen clear skies, but I don't know if you can tell, it is pretty windy out here, which is, as Roberta was saying, good news, because it will keep blowing that fog and that cloud cover out of the area. So hopefully it means that folks are going to get a great show tonight. We're live in San Francisco. Christian Cafton, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Yes, our fingers are crossed back here in the studio for a spectacular fireworks show. Christian, thank you for that live report. Meanwhile, celebrations began early for many others in parts of the Bay Area. In Danville, the community came out this morning for the city's 50th annual 4th of July parade. Fire trucks, past and present, rolled along Harts Avenue. More than 100 groups took part in this parade, including marching bands. Thousands of people lined the route, taking in all the patriotic sights and sounds, including veterans riding in vintage military Jeeps. And on the peninsula, this is how Redwood City showed off its patriotic spirit. Its annual parade kicked off at 10 a.m. with hundreds of people turning out. You can see there some elected officials riding in vintage convertibles, and there was an appearance by Miss California 2025, Rachel Axe of Clovis. Tonight, people will gather at the Port of Redwood City for a concert and drone light show at 7 p.m. And in Fremont, Ardenwood Historic Farm celebrated Independence Day with a turn-of-the-century flair. Lots of people were enjoying the sound of an authentic fife and drum corps. There were tours of the Patterson House, where the former owners, George and Clara Patterson, had their farm in the early 1900s. Guests also enjoyed rides on the historic train, and of course, they also dug into some good old-fashioned barbecue. If you're still looking for ways to celebrate the 4th night, we do have a list of events around the Bay Area on our website. You can just head over to KTVU.com.
And so many great events happening all over the country. We love to feature them and really showcase them as much as we can. All right, live look right now in Washington, D.C. as they are gearing up for the big D.C. Fireworks Spectacular. We will continue to wait for that and again bring you so many different images from across the country on this July 4th holiday. We will be back with much more in just moments on Live Now. This was the images earlier today over the White House as the beautiful B-2 bomber and fighter jets soar over the White House during a 4th of July military celebration that happened at the White House. President Trump speaking to military families as well as members of Congress, and he also signed the big, beautiful bill that just passed in the House yesterday. Let's show you some of his remarks at the White House for his 4th of July address to the nation.
Melania Trump.
Well, thank you very much, and that is some sight, especially after what happened just a week ago. When you look at that big, beautiful plane, and the other ones were something. It was an incredible mission, and I think I can say very proudly, and I don't have to quote the polls, that our country is more proud right now than it's been in many, many years. We have pride, we have dignity, we have something that's happened miraculously so fast. You know that our military now is the most sought after job there's ever been, serving in our military. 1 year ago, people didn't want to join our military. They didn't want to join our police, our firefighters. They didn't want to join anything having to do with our country. And now, as you probably know, the enlistment is at an all-time record. We're packed. We're full. And I just think that's so important because that was so sad 1 year ago when I heard those statistics. We had a different president, but nobody wanted to join, and now we're at a record. And I will say that I just left NATO, where we had a tremendous experience. They've agreed to put up over $1 trillion a year. They went from less than 2% to 5%, and nobody thought that was possible. And they told me very strongly, the leaders of a big part of the world, very respected people all, they told me that, 1 year ago your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. So that's the way it is, and that's the way we like it. And it's only going to get hotter, I promise you that. After that spectacular display of American power, let me just say that God bless the United States military, and God bless the USA. God bless the USA. And to all Americans, I want to wish you a very happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July. This is going to be something special. There's spirit in this country. We haven't seen anything like it in many, many years and decades. Let me also express our gratitude to our magnificent First Lady. She worked very hard to make this all work. We have a fireworks display about 9 o'clock tonight. I hope you're all going to be around and watch it. I know our congressmen and our senators who are standing right here, so many of them, they did such a great job. They're going to be here. I guarantee you, they're not leaving. They're not leaving. Thanks as well to the National Park Service, the USO, and countless friends and distinguished guests. We have so many people in the audience that have so much to do with the success of our country. We've, I think, had probably the most successful almost 6 months as a president and the presidency. I think they're saying it was the best 6 months, and I know for a fact they're saying the last 2 weeks there has never been anything like it as far as winning. So as you know, 2 weeks ago, our incredible Air Force pilots conducted one of the most successful military strikes in all of history. Operation Midnight Hammer, and that's exactly what it was. It was a hammer. This evening, we're honored to be joined by 150 airmen and their families from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home of the B-2 bomber. And we've kept them a little bit on guard. We kept them a little bit, let's be a little bit quiet about it. But if you want to raise your hand very quickly, raise your hand, because you people are just incredible. They don't want to be in disguise. They say, we don't have to do that. They're looking at us like we're a bunch of babies. We don't have to be in disguise. We saw all those hands go up. Thank you very much. We owe you everything. Great job. Incredible. Just flawless. One of the most flawless military campaigns in the history of our country. If you remember years ago, they had helicopters crashing into each other. It was a disaster, the hostages in Iran. And we had just the opposite. We didn't have any crashes. We didn't lose any planes. We didn't lose anybody. Those beautiful planes that you saw were totally stealth. They flew right over the center of a very hostile country, and they never even saw it coming. And then they said, skedaddle. They dropped the bombs. They said, skedaddle. And that big sucker turned over like this on its side, and it got out of there. Well, I'll tell you what, how they do that, but they can do it. I asked our great General Kane, how do they do that? Do they really love doing that? Look at them, they're all laughing. And they said, do they really like doing it, sir? They can't wait. Better you than me. That's all I can say. It was a flawless mission. Every single bomb hit, and it was total obliteration, total obliteration. Now, even the fake news is admitting that. They hated to admit it, but they had no choice. That was an incredible thing, and these heroic pilots showed our enemies what it means to fly, fight, and win. To every service member who supported that mission, and we have many of them here. We've made we've made you proud by supporting, but you've made us even prouder by having the courage to get in those gorgeous machines and fly through the roughest airspace anywhere in the world. And we salute you, and we honor you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And we're also honored and delighted to be joined by hundreds of service members and military families. Those families are the best we have, from all across the U.S. Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force. I love the Space Force. You know why? Because we're the ones that did it. It's turned out to be a very invaluable force, actually. The Coast Guard and the Marines are incredible people. On behalf of our entire nation, this 4th of July, we thank you for keeping America safe, strong, sovereign, and free. Thank you very much for being here. Great honor. And stick around for the fireworks. And our country's had so much to celebrate this Independence Day. As we enter our 249th year, America is winning, winning, winning like never before. We're not, I'll tell you, we're in a category now that's where we've wanted to be for a long time. We suffered with 4 horrible years of embarrassment. Afghanistan may be the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. We're never going to let a thing like that happen again. Trillions of dollars are pouring into the United States for investment purposes. Almost $15 trillion. There's never been anything like it. There's never been anything even close. The stock market's at an all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time high. Everything's at an all-time high, and we're going to keep it that way. We have the greatest country in the world, and we're back. We're back like nobody thought possible this quickly. I thought it would take maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3. And we did it in less than 6 months. We are back and strong. We've restored American strength and deterrence on the world stage. We're respected again. The world is respecting us again. When we did NATO, those leaders came up to me and they said, you know what, we're going to go to a new level of spending because you're requesting it, sir. They didn't talk to you last president like that, I can tell you. They didn't spend any money. They didn't spend anything. In a few moments, we're going to make official the greatest victory yet when I signed the one big, beautiful bill. And before I start, I want to tell you that I've never seen people so happy in our country because of that, because so many different groups of people are being taken care of, the military and civilians of all types, jobs of all types. We're adding things like the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, child tax credits. So many things are being added that we wouldn't even have time to discuss them. When we were doing it, John Thune and Mike Johnson right there, I see Mike, what a job they've done. What a job they've done. But you know, it was supposed to be in 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 different bills. And I was on one of the fake news shows, and I said, let's do it in one beautiful, big, we want one big, beautiful bill. I said that to this newscaster, and I think a lot of the congressmen and senators were watching, and they said, let's name the bill that, the one big, beautiful bill. And that's what we did. And what we've done is put everything into one bill. It's never happened before. It's the biggest bill of its type in history. We've never had anything like that before. Nothing like that they thought would be possible to get passed. And actually, I liked it because we had so much in there that no matter who you are, there was something in that bill that would make your congressman or your senator or your congresswoman, much more importantly, raise their hand and support, right, Lisa? So that was something, and it was really something special. So the American people gave us a historic mandate in November. We won everything. We won the swing states, all 7 swing states. We won every one. That rarely happens. We won the popular vote. We won the districts, 2,750 to 505. That's why when you look at a map, it's all red, a little blue on each end, but it's all red. And by the way, red means Republican, just in case. But we made promises, and it's really promises made, promises kept, and we've kept them. This is a triumph of democracy on the birthday of democracy. And I have to say that the people are happy. They're happy. And I listened to a broadcast, and I read a couple of articles. They have the Democrats, they should have voted for it. They didn't vote for tax cuts. They didn't vote for taking care of people. They didn't vote, not one vote. And we knew that because their hatred of either the country or me or both is so great. They didn't vote at all, and it's terrible. But I just have to say, they have a routine. It's terrible, they say. Terrible, terrible. You saw that guy standing up for hours yesterday. He didn't know what he was even doing there. I say, when's he sitting down? He had a towel. He's wiping his face. That's not too elegant. But what is he? I said, what is he doing for so long? And he couldn't criticize the bill. He was criticizing everyone else and everything else. So they've developed, and this is according to the news media, they've developed a standard line, and we can't let them get away with it. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, everybody's going to die. It's actually just the opposite. Everybody's going to live. This is just the opposite. And I just want you to know, if you see anything negative put out by Democrats, it's all a con job. And they said, and they compared it to just like the con job of Russia, 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 and all of the other things they did. The 51 intelligence agents said, and the laptop from hell, it came from Russia, they said. No, it didn't come. A lot of things come from Russia. That didn't come from Russia. And it was all proven out to be a fake job, and that's what they're doing with this. So we just have to look forward, fellas, look forward and just say what it is, because it's the most popular bill ever signed in the history of our country. Whether you're military or anybody else, this is the single most popular bill ever signed. And it includes the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut, $1.7 trillion, and yet you won't even notice it. Just waste, fraud, and abuse in American history. So you have the biggest tax cut, the biggest spending cut, the largest border security investment in American history. We want to have strong borders, and the only thing is we want to have great elections, too. You need strong borders and elections, and my people have promised me that we're going to go into elections, and we're going to make sure they're not rigged, that they're not sullied. We're going to make sure that the elections are going to be fair. You need 2 things. You need strong borders, and you need fair elections. And we're going to make sure on the elections also, and our armed forces are one of the most vital military modernizations of all time. It will take place. So we rebuilt our military in our first term, and now we're going to modernize and remodernize our military, including building a great golden dome all over our land, so that if they get nasty with us, it's going to be knocked down. It's going to make any of the golden domes, they call them the Iron Domes, we're calling ours the Golden Dome, because we did the Iron Domes, and we do sort of everything, if you want to know the truth, but this blows it away. We're going to keep you safe. I want to thank every member of the House and Senate who worked to get this bill on my desk, and many of them are here, and I'm not going to mention all their names because we'll be standing here, but I have to mention a few. And especially I want to thank Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been fantastic. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's been incredible. We have somebody that is, it was a passion. I think he actually loved it. It wasn't easy, but he loved it. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who's right here. Speaker, thank you very much. What a job, and he worked so closely with the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, who's a fantastic guy. And those two are a team that is not going to be beat. When you look at them and you look at their counterparts on the other side, it's not even close. I want to thank both of you people for doing an incredible job. Thank you very much, John and Mike. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, a brave man. Steve, you know, he suffered a tragedy a number of years ago. I was at his hospital bedside that night with Melania, with our First Lady, and he had no chance. The doctor said he has very little chance, and you look better today than you did then. You didn't look particularly good that night, I will say. But I learned one thing, his beautiful wife loved him. She was a disaster, right? I told him, I said, Steve, I can only tell you one thing. I was with your family and I was with your wife, and your wife was devastated. She loves you. I've seen a lot of wives that, you know, they don't seem to be so concerned in those situations. That's the kind of wife you don't want. But you have a great, beautiful wife who was really there, and you really have done. You're a very brave guy, and Mike and John and everybody that's standing with you knows it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. House Majority Whip, this is a guy who is great. When I have a problem, I call him up, and he gets it done. He's a tough cookie. I don't know why he's not the governor of Minnesota. He comes from Minnesota. He's like, oh, look, he goes, no, I don't want to run for governor. You know, come to think of it, I think that's a good idea. You would win so easily. The guy is terrible. You would win. You just have to take a look at that handsome face of yours, and you'd win. Tom Emmer, everybody. He did a great job. I think you should consider that, although we don't want to lose him, do we? We don't want to lose. Say we are. I think say we are. What a job you did. And Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's incredible. Senate Finance Chairman Mike Crapo. Thank you, Mike. What a job. What a job. He knows that tax stuff. Him and Jason, they really know their stuff. Senate Budget Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham. What a good man he is. I see a poll. He's running, and I see a poll. He's 24 points up. That's not bad, Lindsey. That's not bad. 24 points up in the great state of South Carolina. House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith. What a job. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. These people are great. These are great patriots. I have to call them out. House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington. Jody, thank you very much. Jody has been good right from the beginning, and so many others, and they're all here, and they fully understand. They'll never speak to me again, but that's okay. It is what it is, but I just want to thank everybody. A lot of senators here, a lot of congressmen and women here. Lisa, thank you very much, by the way. I have to thank you. Thank you very much. You've been fantastic. So this bill will fuel massive economic growth and lift up the hardworking citizens who make this country run. The factory workers, farmers, mechanics, waiters, waitresses, police officers, firefighters, coal miners. Coal is back. Beautiful. I said you can't use the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful coal. China's right now building 68 coal generating plants, and we're putting up wind. It doesn't work, I will tell you. Aside from ruining our fields and our valleys and killing all the birds and being very weak and very expensive, all made in China. You know, I noticed something, that with all of the windmills that China sends us, where we waste our money because it's the most expensive energy, I see that, they make about 95% of them, the wind turbines. I have never seen a wind farm in China. Why is that? Somebody check that out. Tom Emmer, would you please check that out? But all the coal miners we love and the truck drivers, in this act, we have officially made the Trump tax cuts permanent. That's the largest tax cut in the history of our country, added to substantial other cuts, which is you're going to see like a rocket ship. We're setting all sorts of economic records right now, and that's before this kicks in. After this kicks in, our country is going to be a rocket ship economically, and we've delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And that's why when you hear things like that, this is the most it's the biggest bill of its kind ever done by far. But we are going to have a situation, we are going to have something where people are going to realize the level of success and popularity of this bill. And sort of to close it out, it makes the child tax credit permanent for 40 million American families. And to increase the car affordability, it makes interest on a new car payment. So this had never happened before. You buy a car, you borrow money, you're allowed to deduct for income tax purposes your payment of interest, you're allowed to deduct it. It's never happened before, so run out and buy a car. But I have to tell you, it's only good, Mike, if it's made in America. If it's made in another country, you don't get it. And to protect 2 million family farms and other small businesses, we're eliminating the estate tax or the death tax. So if you want to leave your farm or your small business, but farms are really, they have been devastated, to your children, if you love your children. By the way, if you don't love your children, don't even listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. But if you love, would you live? Yes, I think you love your child. This one loves Barron. So I don't know if we're a small business. I think we're not. I'm not sure that we qualify. I'm sorry, darling. But you know, it was devastating. Farmers, they had to go out and borrow money. And by the way, is that Pam Bondi? Pam Bondi, raise your hand. Thank you, Pam, for being here. Attorney General, she's done an incredible job. So there won't be any, think of this, there won't be any death tax. You're not going to have to go borrow money. Your parents pass away and the farm goes into the bank's hands and gets foreclosed. That's not going to happen. And with 100% expensing for new investments, we're cutting taxes for every manufacturer who builds, expands. And we have expansion at the highest level that we've ever had it. We have hundreds of factories, including car plants and AI. It's coming into our country at levels that we've never seen. And to conclude, not only will we have the strongest economy on earth, we're also going to have the strongest borders on earth. And last month, did you see the number? 0 people crossed our border. 0 illegal people. And that's after Joe Biden let 21 million people, many of them people from gangs and prisons and drug lords and people that were mentally unbalanced. They let them into our country. We're getting them out at record numbers, and we have an obligation to, and we're doing it. So as we approach the 250th anniversary of America's founding exactly 1 year from now, we are creating an economy that delivers wealth for the middle class, a border that is sovereign and secure, and a military that is unmatched, unequaled anywhere in the world. And you saw that. And what a beautiful sight that was, especially after watching what they did just a short while ago. The golden age of America is upon us. We are in the golden age. It's going to be a period of time, the likes of which I don't think this country has ever experienced before. We're going to make America great again, and it's happening very fast. We love you. We thank you for being here. Enjoy the fireworks tonight. And First Lady, I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable. You think it's easy being First Lady? It's not. Thank you all very much. Happy 4th of July. God bless you all. Thank you very much, everybody.
Those were the remarks by President Trump at the White House, and soon there will be a celebration going on in D.C. We'll take you there live when it does happen. President Trump and the First Lady will be watching, but we do want to go out. We already have some fireworks coverage happening, so you know we are taking you there right now. Let's go out live to Tampa, Florida. Some of the fireworks spectaculars are happening right now. Take a look there at that 4th of July celebration out in Tampa. Crowd was pumped for it. And a little bit later, we'll check back in with Florida as their festivities are continuing. We're looking next at St. Petersburg as well. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us. 4th of July spectacular from across the country. We will be featuring fireworks that are happening coast to coast. Live look right now in D.C. as the cameras are set to the sky. We are awaiting some big show happening in our nation's capital. That will be happening in just a little bit. We are also keeping an eye, beautiful New York City. They had a beautiful day today out there in New York, and that's setting up for a great night. Look at the skyline as we are getting ready for the New York City fireworks show. That one is going to be special there. So again, thanks so much for joining us on this 4th of July holiday. You could have been anywhere, or you could have been watching any program, but you chose to be here with us on Live Now from Fox, and we say, hey, that's the smart decision right there, because you get to relax from your home, and we get to showcase not only just one event for you, but we'll take you really coast to coast as the fireworks shows continue, and you get to really pick which one was your favorite. Let us know as well. But now we want to go back out to Florida. Let's go out to St. Petersburg, where the show has just started. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's keep it going. You've been listening into the fireworks show in St. Pete, Florida. We appreciate you all watching along with us tonight. I'm Austin Westfall. I'll be on the desk with you for the next few hours as we watch fireworks shows from across the nation. Why are we dipping out of St. Pete? Well, that's because the big fireworks show in D.C. just started. Let's watch live. And a happy 4th of July to everybody watching. We are going to be doing much of what you just saw tonight. The name of the game tonight is to show you guys as many fireworks live as possible. Next up on deck is New York City. We haven't seen it start yet. We're going to bring you that in full as soon as we do see it start. I'm Austin Westfall. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight, and happy 4th of July. I will be on the desk for the next few hours as we go from the West Coast, from the East Coast to the West Coast. We are going to be asking you throughout the night as well to send us in your photos. It's a good time to do this while there's no active fireworks shows going on. How are you celebrating the 4th of July holiday? Go ahead, send us your photos of what you're up to, where you're watching from. Me personally, maybe you guys know this about me, maybe you don't. I always love to see the pictures of the animals, any pets. And by the way, anybody who can send us in, we love the dogs, we love the cats. But if you guys can send us in, I don't know. Last holiday, I believe we had horses, we had I am remembering correctly, an armadillo, an opossum. We had all kinds of fun things being sent in. You can scan that QR code on your screen. Yeah, and by the way, is that New York City that's starting up, everybody? Yes. New York City's fireworks show is starting. Let's take it live.
and the grand finale in the Big Apple as we celebrate the 4th of July. The name of the game tonight is going to be to air as many of those types of shows as possible. A live look at a red, white, and blue White House on this 4th of July. Happy 4th of July to everybody watching. 5 minutes to 10 p.m. in the nation's capital. I'm Austin Westfall. Lots more shows for you to watch as we continue to move from east to west. We've got fireworks shows coming up in Texas, and then further on down the line, we'll be watching for some shows on the West Coast as well. Before we hit our next commercial break, go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen. Let us know what you're doing with your 4th of July. Where are you watching from? Who are you hanging out with? Let's see your pets. Most interesting pet that's sent in, by the way, wins. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's take our final break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Happy 4th of July, everybody. We are going to be showing fireworks shows all night. The aim is to keep it live as often as we can. Right now, there are no live fireworks shows that we're seeing. So what we're going to do is turn to some of the photos that you guys have been sending in. By the way, we're going to go through a few of these right now. While we're going through them, there's a QR code on your screen. You can scan that, or you can go to livenowfox.com/connect, and you can submit your own photos. We want to know where you're watching from, what you're up to today, and generally send in your July 4th festive photos. We've been seeing a lot of interesting and creative photos coming through. Let's start rolling through them. Starting off with RB in Puerto Rico. Happy 4th from Puerto Rico. We appreciate you and your family watching us. Klein's is in Decatur. Look at that awesome photo from Mount Zion, Illinois, watching the fireworks show. That's an awesome shot. Thank you very much for sending that in, Klein's. Bruna in Brazil, our worldwide audience tuning in tonight, celebrating the 4th from Brazil. Look at that. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but a festive piece of something. Fireworks fun, Ember says, from Punta Gorda, Florida. Checking in from the Florida Peninsula. We've already seen 2 different fireworks shows from Florida, Tampa and St. Pete. Moving on here. SH in Texas's capital city, saying it's a wet one in Austin. Yes, we've been hearing that. Thankfully, you guys got your umbrella. Looks like you're having, and some watermelon. Good choice. EM watching in Louisiana. Look, oh my gosh. We have our own spread here in the newsroom. I gotta say, that's looking pretty dang good. A good barbecue on this 4th of July. Thanks for watching. SS is watching from, hey, the capital city of California. They're rafting on this 4th of July. Looks like you guys are having fun. Thanks for watching us. SS, thanks for sending in the photo. Appreciate you. And Ed, watching from Raleigh, saying fireworks with the pup. Oh my gosh, thanks for watching. Lila in Albuquerque, saying we love the USA and we appreciate the both of you for watching us. And nice outfit, by the way. Kayla in Utica, watching us. Looks like getting ready to watch a fireworks show in Utica. I like the nice bright red chairs. The Thomas family from Lowry's saying, taking a walk through the beautiful sunflower fields in Brattonsville, South Carolina. This is one of our favorite family traditions each July 4th. Thanks for watching us from the Palmetto State. RF in the Bronx sending in this awesome photo there. A beautiful, wherever you guys are hanging out on this 4th of July, I'm jealous. That's a beautiful looking waterfall. MP is celebrating with us tonight. Thanks for watching along. We hope that you're enjoying the fireworks show from Steamboat Springs. By the way, for anybody else, and we'll go through one last one, John, Shari, and Colton. I actually know a Shari, and excuse me if it's actually pronounced Sherry, but I know a Shari in my life who spells a name like that. John, Colton, in Spicewood, saying hello and happy 4th of July from Texas. Thanks for watching. We do hope to get a few live fireworks shows from Texas in the interim here. By the way, that's the QR code one more time. For those of you who want to send your photos in, go ahead and scan the QR code on your screen. Or if QR codes aren't your thing, you can go to livenowfox.com/connect and do the very same thing. All right, let's keep moving along here. As I mentioned, no live fireworks shows going on right now. As soon as we see something pop up in Texas, we're looking for a show in Houston, Dallas, or possibly Milwaukee next. We haven't seen any of those start yet, so what I'm going to do in the interim, since I just brought up St. Pete, let's watch St. Pete back. This is their fireworks show. It happened earlier this evening. got we still got some Star Spangled music playing. There we go. So, speaking of Star Spangled, look at a red, white, and blue White House on this 4th of July, 10:21 in the nation's capital. No live fireworks shows right now, but we do got a beautiful shot of the gateway to the west. Look at this, the St. Louis Arch. You can see all the people lighting off their personal fireworks in the background. We do expect a full-on fireworks show in St. Louis at some point tonight. We're also anticipating shows out of Fort Worth, Texas, and Houston as well. And you know what? We are prioritizing live coverage here tonight, and guess what I just saw in my periphery here? Our producer Julie alerting us to Milwaukee, the Cream City. Looks like they're starting up their fireworks show. Let's watch. By the way, in case it wasn't obvious, we've got two vantage points of this show. One of the fireworks themselves, the other of a drone show, both of them happening simultaneously next to each other. Also on your screen, vote for what you want to watch next, the New York City fireworks show or the Washington, D.C. show. Feel free to scan the QR code on your screen. We'll watch the results stream in as we continue watching live from Milwaukee. You've been listening in and watching the sights and sounds from the fireworks show in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're going to pivot to the Lone Star State, Dallas, Texas. I believe Fort Worth specifically is where this is happening. Let's watch. right, you've been watching the Fireworks show in Fort Worth, Texas, in the DFW. The name of the game tonight is to watch as many fireworks shows as possible. Guess what? There's another one live right now at the Gateway to the West, St. Louis, right behind the St. Louis Arch. Let's turn up the audio. Let's watch.
Right here.
The Gateway to the West and their fireworks show. As we've been creeping further and further west as the night has gone on, we started by showing you fireworks shows in New York City and Washington, D.C. As we've seen the night progress, we've seen fireworks shows in Indianapolis, Houston, Philadelphia, St. Petersburg. We do have more shows expected to come up on the West Coast. One other thing that we're doing tonight, other than showing fireworks, is we're showing you guys. How are you celebrating the July 4th holiday? Where are you watching from? Who are you watching from? I always like to see the furry friends. If you want to send your photos into the newsroom, you can scan that QR code on your screen, or if QR codes aren't your thing, well, you can go to livenowfox.com/connect and do the very same thing. You very well could see yourself on our air later on in the evening. And I will be on the desk for another, two and a half hours or so as we continue to watch for fireworks shows around the nation. Later on in the night, we do expect to see some shows on the West Coast, including in Seattle. By the way, look at a red, white, and blue White House on this July 4th. It's about 11:05 in the nation's capital, 8:05 out west. A wider look at the New York City Metro as well. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Some breaking news we're going to bring you out of Texas in 2 minutes. We'll be right back. You're watching Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Some breaking news to report. A crushing story that we've been following on this 4th of July. The death toll rising in central Texas after months worth of heavy rain fell in a matter of hours on Texas Hill country, leaving now 24 people dead. 24 people confirmed dead, sadly, today. Many more still unaccounted for, including more than 20 girls attending a summer camp as search teams conducted boat and helicopter rescues in fast-moving floodwaters. You're looking at footage from earlier today. We did get an update from Texas Governor Greg Abbott as well. He just spoke moments ago, him and his disaster team, providing some of the latest details. We did hear from Abbott on X, saying that he's in Kerrville tonight to provide an update on Texas's ongoing response to severe flooding impacting the Hill Country. We are also hearing from the AP's Teresa Walker, confirming such. 24 dead in Texas after the floods. There's 20 children still missing from a girls' summer camp. I'm hearing from the Associated Press that there's been desperate pleas peppered on social media as loved ones have sought any information about people that have been caught in the flood zone. The AP says at least 10 inches of rain poured down overnight in central Kerr County, causing flash flooding of the Guadalupe River. Again, look at some of these images. These are stunning images to see, and obviously the effects of it shocking this community as well. Again, months worth of heavy rain falling in a matter of hours in this community. 24 people dead. We'll continue to keep you posted throughout the evening and early in the morning if we hear of any more updates out of Texas. A sad, sad story to report on this 4th of July. We're going to take a commercial break. We're continuing with our coverage of the 4th of July in a moment. Okay, welcome back and live. Now I'm Austin Westfall. Obviously, the big event of the day is Oasis's reunion. Their first show in 16 years happening in Cardiff earlier. No, it's the 4th of July. That's the big event going on today. You might notice the graphics behind me indicating that we're doing fireworks tonight, and that's all we're going to be doing for the rest of the night, breaking news permitting. By the way, we want to ask you guys what you guys want to watch next. And I'm going to ask our producer here if we can perhaps get a little bit of help pulling up the audience questions here. So we're doing a little bit of a technical, we're getting a little bit of the tech stuff figured out behind the scenes here, because what we want to do is throw this question at you all. There's no live fireworks shows right now, but there's 2 fireworks shows that have already happened, but we haven't had the chance to air them yet. Which one do you want to watch next? Philadelphia or Houston? We'll leave it up for about 60 seconds. The way you can vote is by scanning the QR code on your screen. If QR codes aren't your thing, you can go to livenowfox.com/connect. It'll take you to the very same web page. Right now, it looks like Philly's got 3/4 of the vote. Looks like Philly's got it right now. I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to keep rambling on. How did that happen? Somehow Houston just lost votes. How did that happen? We've been doing a lot of polls and a lot of surveys on our air for a long time. I have never seen one of our options lose votes before. Philly, 72, Houston, 28. I don't know. Looks like Philly's got this one, unless we see a big surge for Houston. Oh, and we just, okay, all right. Houston closing the gap. Houston closing the gap. Let's see. I'm going to set a timer on my, okay, I'm going to set a timer right now. I'm going to let this go for another 30 seconds. That's what I'm going to do. 30 seconds. We're going to let the folks vote on this. Starting now, 30 seconds. Philadelphia in the lead right now with 52. Oh, my gosh. Oh, this is a comeback if I've ever seen one. Houston pulling ahead now. Houston's got 57, 58% of the vote. Philadelphia slipping. 15 seconds left. 15 seconds. I wish the timer was on the screen, but I've got it in front of me. Oh, Houston's going to take this one. 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds left. All right, guys, it looks like we're going to be heading out to H-Town for our next fireworks segment. All right, that's the timer. With 58% of the vote, H-Town wins. We will get to the City of Brotherly Love later on in the evening. We'll play out that fireworks show. It looked awesome. In the meantime, though, Houston. Hope you enjoyed watching some of the fireworks show in H-Town, Houston, Texas. We have seen 2 shows in Texas tonight. We're watching one in Fort Worth earlier in the evening as well. We're not only airing out fireworks shows tonight, we're also watching what you guys are up to tonight as well. You guys have been sending in so many photos. We appreciate all the photos. I've been asking for where you guys are watching from, what you guys have been up to, who you're hanging out with, and some of the furry and or feathery friends that you're hanging out with on this 4th of July as well. If you want to send in your photos, you can use the QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. While we're at it, let's roll through some of them. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Scotty in Fredericksburg saying, celebrations of 4th of July started with military appreciation. Busch Gardens proudly served 10 plus years as a Navy corpsman. Thank you for your service. And Scotty, I don't know if that was you in the photo or you that sent in the photo, but happy 4th of July. Ruth in Southern Florida saying, we love the USA, and it looks like your 2 dachshunds do as well. An awesome photo, Ruth. Happy 4th. We appreciate you sending that in. Keep it rolling here. Milo in Nevada saying, springs in Yellowstone for 4th of July. All right, so you're in Wyoming, if I have it correctly. I suppose the Yellowstone dips into 3 states, correct? Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho. But I'm gonna just go out on a limb and say, spending your 4th in the beautiful state of Wyoming. Bruce in Nantucket. Oh, what an awesome photo, by the way. I gotta just say, as a side note here, you guys are awesome photographers. Sunshine and puppy smiles on this 4th of July. An awesome photo, a great summertime photo. That's a great shot. Speaking of great shots, my goodness, this was a fireworks show that we had in our air earlier tonight. Kelly in Waltham sending this in from Tampa, Florida. An explosive fireworks show. Awesome stuff, Kelly. Thanks for sending it in. We appreciate you. Eric in Santa Rosa saying, my father, U.S. Navy veteran, and I, Eric Nelson, U.S. Army. Happy Independence Day. Let freedom ring. Eric and your father. Eric, we appreciate you sending that in. Henry in Wisconsin saying, raise the flag. Very, very cool. Thank you all for watching us. Henry, thanks for the photo, and a happy 4th of July to the both of you. I believe we have one more to scroll through. My goodness. I was going to say Disneyland at first, but this is Disney World. Benjamin in Orlando. Look at the, I don't know if it's just the exact moment you took the shot, but my goodness, this is an awesome, awesome shot of what I presume to be the grand finale of the fireworks show at Disney World tonight. Happy 4th of July to you, Benjamin. I think we might have one more. Oh, we don't. We have the finishing slate here because there will be plenty more as the night progresses. I'll be on the desk here for another hour and a half, 2 hours or so. And we're going to be showing your photos just like we just showed. We're going to be doing that for the rest of the night. So feel free to scan the QR code on your screen, or if QR codes aren't your thing, go to livenowfox.com/connect. The Share Now tab is what you're going to want to click on. And you very well may see your note and your photo on our air later on in the evening. All right, let's hit a commercial break. We'll be back in a moment. By the way, the White House, red, white, and blue tonight. We're back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. Take a look at Ben Franklin Parkway in the city of brotherly love, as well as, and I'll have to have my producers help me out here, that is the Battleship New Jersey. And it's in the Delaware River. Why are we showing you these live vantage points of Philadelphia, you might ask? Because it's time to air the Philadelphia Fireworks show. Skyfox was above this one. We've been looking at some pro shot fireworks shows. This one is pro shot as well, except it's pro shot from one of our helicopters. Let's watch. So, that is the extent of what the camera caught during the Philly Fireworks show. Live look at the White House now on this 4th of July. Only 15 minutes left of 4th of July. It's going to be July 5th before you know it on the East Coast. You've been looking at that poll at the bottom portion of your screen. We're asking you, which fireworks show do you want to see next? We have to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, we're going to play the show from New York City or the show from Washington, D.C. A live look at the Big Apple and a live look at the red, white, and blue White House. I've been enjoying seeing the red, white, and blue White House the last few days. I'll ask our producer here, Nina. By the way, do we have any viewer submissions available to show right now by chance? All right, let's run through a few of them then. You guys have been sending in your photos, and we've appreciated seeing them. By the way, you can scan the QR code on your screen if you want to send in your photos. We're going to be doing this for the next hour and a half or so. You very well could see yourself on our broadcast later in the evening. We have 3 of them that we're going to roll through. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you guys are answering the call to send in your cool animals. Matthew in H-Town. We showed the fireworks show from Houston just a little bit ago. They hatched on the 4th of July. No kidding. Can we actually scroll back to that one? Is it possible, Nina, to go back to the chicks? So I count 2, maybe 3. And they hatched on the 4th of July. Matthew from Houston sending us an awesome photo. A happy 4th to you, Matthew, and to all your feathery friends here. By the way, I'll just repeat, whoever can send in the most interesting animals tonight is the winner on my end here. By the way, livenowfox.com/connect is how you can send these photos in if QR codes aren't your thing. We can go to the second photo. Again, thank you, Matthew. Aaron in St. Pete. Oh, look at this. St. Pete Pier Run 2025. It rained hard, but we still ran and pushed through it. God bless America, Aaron says. Aaron, congrats to you, running in the rain, pushing through it, and a happy 4th of July to you. We watched the St. Pete fireworks show as well. Let's go to our third and final. Oh, South Dakota. That's awesome. Sandra and Scott in front of beautiful Mount Rushmore. Happy 4th from the Founding Fathers, Mount Rushmore. Black Hills of South Dakota. A beautiful, beautiful place. The entire park there is gorgeous, and I got to imagine that's an awesome place to spend the 4th of July. Sandra and Scott, happy 4th to you. Thanks for sending in the photo. Let's take a commercial break. Back in a moment. All right, welcome back and Alive now. I'm Austin Westfall. We've been showing you fireworks shows from across the country. We just showed you guys a poll. We asked you what you preferred to see, the Washington, D.C. fireworks show or the New York City fireworks show, and it appeared that you guys were voting for the Washington, D.C. fireworks show. 57% of you guys voting for that. And you know what? While I've got it here, let's actually pull this up so that we can see it. There it is. All right, that's where the poll stands for now. We were asking you while the last fireworks show was playing in Philadelphia, which one you guys... Oh, look at that. New York City's been grayed out. Our producer, Matt, just cut New York off. Washington, D.C., with 57% of the vote. We are going to air the New York City fireworks show later on in the evening. But you guys want to see D.C.? Let's watch D.C. This happened earlier this evening. Okay, so what you just saw is you saw the the Washington, D.C. fireworks show loop back to the beginning. You just watched it in its entirety there. A live look at the White House, a red, white, and blue White House, where it is no longer July 4th anymore. It is now 5 minutes into July 5th. Still, a happy 4th of July to everybody on the Central, Mountain, or Pacific time zones, or for those of you in Hawaii and Alaska as well. Live look at New York City as well. We've gotten so many awesome photos from y'all. We've been asking you how you're celebrating your 4th of July holiday. Who are you watching with? Where are you watching from? We've seen lots of families, incredible families, and cute, furry, and feathery friends. Let's start off with Mary in Greenville. These are some baby emus enjoying the 4th of July holiday. Are they related? Where does one get I have so many questions. Where does one get baby emus? May we go back one slide? Let's. I want to look at these. That's a beautiful cardinal, by the way. We will get to the cardinal in a moment, but I need to look at these baby emus. I'm a little bit obsessed. A couple questions. Are they related? Where do you get baby emus from? And what is the purpose other than them being incredibly cute? What are they doing? Mary, feel free to @ me at Westfall Austin on X. Would love to know some more context behind these baby emus. Okay, moving on. I think we had a cardinal next. A very, very pretty cardinal. Cardinals chowing down on the 4th. So it looks like Cynthia has some sort of ring camera possibly set up on potentially a bird feeder. It's tough for me to tell. That's an awesome close-up shot of a cardinal, and this Phoenix-based newsroom does like watching a cardinal or two. Thanks for sending the photo in. Cynthia from Chelsea sending that in. We have one more to go through. Look at okay, so not only are we getting furry friends, feathery friends, we're getting scaly friends now. Caitlin in Rossville, Georgia, saying this is Hazel. And Hazel means business. Hazel looks like, what is Hazel? Send me some hate mail on social media if it's obvious what is that a bearded dragon? Matt had a bearded dragon as a child, so Matt is confirming that Hazel is a bearded dragon. Caitlin and Hazel, a happy 4th of July to you in Georgia. I believe we have another one to run through here. Oh my goodness, it just gets better and better. So, this is a good boy, firstly, in El Paso. Salma Garner sending us how did you get, I don't know who this is, what their name is, but impressive that you got them to pose for the photo, to wear the hat, and I don't know, that's an incredible 4th of July photo. I'm glad we got this on television, Salma. Thanks for sending this in from Western Texas. We got 2 more to go through, I believe. 2 more. Oh, look at this. Okay, Deborah is in Texas. And is this edited together? Is this it looks like there's, first of all, great hat. And it's tough for me to tell if there's just like, are there little animation, like little firework explosion animations over this photo? Nonetheless, Deborah, I'm assuming this isn't you in the photo, a happy 4th of July to you and Deborah. Brenda from Oklahoma saying, this is Annie enjoying the 4th with her people and friends in Tulsa. Thank you for the show tonight. Of course, we hope everybody at home is enjoying watching the fireworks. A happy 4th of July to you, Annie. A very nice bow you got on there as well. Looks like you guys had some pretty nice weather in Tulsa. Hopefully enjoying the pool out there. I gotta say, I'm looking at my periphery right now because I'm seeing, and we do prioritize live feeds here at Live Now from Fox. I'm going to ask our producers here, do we know where this is coming from? Los Angeles. So this very well could be the official LA City fireworks show. Let's listen in. Huntington Beach, I'm being told. Huntington Beach. Let's listen into the sights and sounds from Southern California. It does appear that fireworks show in Huntington Beach is coming to a close. I've got this in my periphery. I believe this is San Francisco. Yeah. Okay, so these are, I don't know what you'd call them, backyard fireworks. It certainly isn't the official fireworks show. That hasn't started yet. Nonetheless, that's a pretty shot. We are looking at roughly 9:21 Pacific time. Let's take a commercial break. We're going to show off some more of your viewer photos when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall, and happy 4th of July to most of our audience. Happy 5th of July to those of you on the East Coast. Here's the question we want to pose to you guys next. Which fireworks show do you want to watch next? San Francisco? Long Beach? It's at the point of the night now where we're focused on the West Coast. We've got 2 shows in California. One of them is an official fireworks show. The other one is a shot of the San Francisco skyline, looking at lots of the, we'll say, amateur fireworks shows that are going on across a wide swath of the city. You can scan the QR code on your screen. Good amount of you have already done such. You can scan the code on your screen. You can also just go to livenowfox.com/connect. The Vote Now tab. Vote Now is what you're going to want to go to. We're going to play both of these out regardless, but we're just asking you, which one do you want to watch first, San Francisco or Long Beach? Long Beach has a steep hill to climb. San Francisco might have a pretty dominant lead here. You know what? I'm going to set a timer for, it's already been some time, so I'm going to set a 40-second timer. We're going to let this sit for 40 more seconds. Because San Francisco right now looks like it's going to get an easy victory, but I'm going to give it some time. 30 seconds left. San Francisco or Long Beach? Earlier today, we had a showdown between Houston and Philadelphia. Houston had a major comeback, and it looks like we might be seeing the same thing. You know what I think the audience likes? I think the audience likes an underdog. No matter what, when we do these, by the way, 3 seconds left. $500 people are voting on this right now. And you know what? It's up to 700 now. And you know what you guys have done? You guys have given Long Beach, I let look, I was looking at my timer here, and right when the clock hit 0, San Francisco and Long Beach were pretty much at a dead tie. Lots of you are still pouring votes in for Long Beach as we speak. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to play Long Beach. Long Beach takes the victory here. It looks like their show, maybe it's live right now. Let's watch it. That's the Queen Mary for anybody who's familiar with Long Beach. Let's watch this. This is a very pretty shot. And I believe that brings a conclusion to the fireworks show in Long Beach, California. That's the Queen Mary. There's a restaurant there. There's a tour you can do through the Queen Mary. My producer, Matt, even tells me it's not unheard of that a rave even happens on the ship as well. Either way, a very, very cool shot. Also, very cool, you just saw this on one of the boxes on the screen here. Skyfox is flying over the LA Metro right now, and they're just cruising around and they're just looking at the fireworks. I'm gonna play this out. Let's just sit on this. Let's watch what they're watching for a while. This is fascinating. Okay, so we hope that you've enjoyed, I have enjoyed watching Sky Fox, just kind of hovering around, watching all of these amateur fireworks shows going on around SoCal. Great stuff. We do have one fireworks show that we've been waiting to start, and that's the big show in San Francisco. It just started. I've got it right here. Let's play this out. This is live from San Francisco, California. All right, the 4th of July show in San Francisco wrapping up. We've been watching fireworks from across the country all day today, and our coverage will be ending on the West Coast tonight. Don't go anywhere, though. We're not going off the air. We still expect, if we can get the feed plugged in, we do expect one more show in Seattle. We're expecting that to happen in about 20 minutes. This is a look at San Francisco, by the way. We briefly put this on the screen during the fireworks show, but this is just a look at the San Francisco Metro. These are all the amateur fireworks shows. And let's go down south to Southern California. The same thing. Skyfox flying over, just kind of doing a little hover around SoCal, seeing all the different fireworks that are going off. Awesome stuff. Beautiful shots. We do need to take one final commercial break. We'll be back with more fireworks in a moment. Welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Thank you all for watching along with us. We've been watching fireworks shows from across the country. Not only have we been showing you guys the fireworks shows, but we've also been asking you all to send in your photos of what you've been up to today. Where are you watching from? What did you do today? How did you spend the holiday? We've been seeing lots of pictures of amazing families, furry friends, feathery friends, scaly friends. I've been asking for the most interesting animal pictures to be sent tonight. Of course, you can send whatever you like, but I love seeing the animals especially. That's the QR code if you want to send in your picture and a little note. You can scan that QR code on your screen. You could also go to livenowfox.com/connect. It'll take you to the very same webpage. You can submit your photo and a little note, and you very well may see it on our air a little bit later on in the evening. All right, let's start scrolling through these. Here we go. Okay, starting off with Sir Duckington and his ladies. I don't know which one is Sir Duckington. Forgive me for not. Does anybody in the room happen to be able to tell which one might be the Sir out of the bunch? None of us in the room have a clue. Eris and Mathis sending us Sir Duckington and his ladies. Happy 4th. We appreciate you. All right. Ooh, this looks like a cool shot. Okay, Shay in Birmingham says, ending the 4th with a movie night outside. That looks like a gorgeous place to chill for the night. Shay, we appreciate the photo. And by the way, whoever that was also, happy 4th to you, your furry friend. Stella, I wish, Stella, this is an unfortunate thing that happens sometimes where the note sadly covers up the cute face. at the bottom of the screen. Stella looks happy to me. I can only see Stella's eyes and a little bit of a nose. But Stella from Hampshire, Illinois, enjoying her ride around town with a American flag behind her. Megan sending that photo in. We appreciate you. Oh, what do we got here? Okay. Leet Fingy enjoying the sunny day at Royal Gorge. I'm not exactly sure. So Leet, where does that name stem from? Again, at Westfall Austin on Twitter or at Austin_Westfall on Instagram. Send me a DM. I'm curious, what does Leet Fingy mean? Eva sending this photo in from Denver. We appreciate you. Happy 4th to you. Oh my gosh. All right. A lot to take in here. A lot to take in. Jonathan is in Harrison. He's sending us Bowie, Barbie, and Fritz. I'm assuming in order from left to right. And I gotta say, I'm impressed with all the pups that we've seen on our air tonight that are posing, not only posing, but posing with hats on. There's not a chance that my dog would have done that. There's no way. Bowie, Barbie, Fritz, happy 4th of July to you, and you all look great in your costumes. Jonathan, thanks for sending in the photo. We appreciate you. Okay, as far as animals go, we've seen alpacas in the past, possums, squirrels, bald eagles. Tonight, we've seen lots and lots of animals. Over the months, I have never seen a lion. This is a first. From Bali, Michael and Dinda sending this in, saying, Happy 4th of July, 2025, from Bali. It's presumably July 25th in Bali right now. Nonetheless, Michael and Dinda sending us in this photo. Can't thank you enough. Very, very cool. Feel free to follow up. Again, at me on Instagram, Austin_Westfall, or at Westfall Austin on Twitter. What is the lion's name? Would love to know the story behind this. Michael, appreciate you. And Dinda, happy 4th to you. Cass is in Orlando with a pretty cute bunny enjoying the 4th of July. Oh my gosh. And again, with the clothes, a ribbon there. The ribbon is just about as big as the bunny. Cass, we appreciate the photo, and a happy 4th to you as well. I think we've got more to come here. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm running out of descriptive terms to use for all these pretty animals. Look at this. Okay, Sarah is in Coreyton. Elton is enjoying his 4th in Tennessee. So this peacock is incredibly gorgeous. Is Elton named after Elton John by chance? Elton sure is wearing some colorful, I'm not going to say colorful attire because this is the colors that come with Elton. Nonetheless, okay, I'm getting lost, I'm getting sidetracked here. It's just an amazing photo. Elton is gorgeous. Sarah, happy 4th of July to you. Hope you guys enjoyed your 4th in Tennessee. We've got one more left, and this one is a creepy one. Okay. And you know what? I don't want to offend Charlie. Charlie, you're not creepy. I would hold you, Charlie. But I could just imagine that there are probably some folks at home who might not want to hold Charlie. James in LA, my hometown, sending in a photo of Charlie the tarantula celebrating his 4th. I gotta say, Charlie's a pretty good looking tarantula. And kudos to Charlie for not staying holed up under his log there on the 4th of July, coming out there. Was Charlie drinking some water while this photo was taken? Charlie's awesome. Charlie the tarantula rounding out this most recent round of furry friends. I gotta say, I asked for you guys to send in your furry, your scaly, your feathery friends. You guys have answered the call tonight. We, within the past few slides, have seen a lion, a peacock, and a tarantula, and more. That's a win in my book. Keep them coming, guys. LiveNowFox.com/connect, or simply scan that QR code on your screen. We are going to be on the air for a little bit longer. Still got some time to get some photos up. Feel free to scan the code, go to the Share Now tab, and you very well may see your photo and message, just like Charlie the Tarantula. Get your version of Charlie the Tarantula on our air by scanning that QR code. And again, you very well may see it later on in our broadcast. Okay, lots more to get to. We've been airing fireworks shows live across the country. while we've been airing all of these shows, there's been a number of shows that we haven't had the time to get to. Lots of them have been overlapping with each other. One of them that we haven't gotten to watch yet is the one in the Valley of the Sun in Phoenix, Arizona, where this newsroom is broadcasting from. Downtown Phoenix is where this next fireworks show is happening. It's right above Chase Field, actually, home of the Diamondbacks. Let's watch a little bit of this. We do prioritize live coverage here at Live Now from Fox, and I gotta say, I'm also not thrilled with the fact that this fireworks show isn't centered on the screen. I'm sure there's lots of you at home that are thinking the same thing. Nonetheless, wanted to make sure we got the desert in for a moment here. That was a bit of the fireworks show from Phoenix, Arizona earlier tonight. As I said, though, we prioritize live coverage here at Live Now from Fox. We've been talking about Seattle, and the Seattle fireworks show just started. Let's watch. You just watched the fireworks celebration in Seattle, Washington. While that was taking place, by the way, okay, let me just put a bow on the fireworks coverage for the night. All night, we've been watching fireworks shows from across the country, but we do prioritize live coverage here at Live Now from Fox. And guess what we just saw? We just saw a police pursuit wrapping up. Not a car chase, though. This was a moped chase. You're looking at a suspect being detained after he was being chased on a moped moments ago in the Canoga Park area of the city of Los Angeles. For those of you who are wondering how this came to a conclusion, don't worry. We rolled on it. We're going to play it back. Just making sure that we've got it timed up. He ended up getting himself caught in a cul-de-sac. We don't know too much more about this other than it was a stolen moped. Let's listen into Fox 11 Los Angeles' broadcast as they caught the suspect moments ago. This happened moments ago. This is not live.
I'm not quite sure what the plan is. Are they going to ditch this thing as we now go through this Arco gas station? This is Independence, Van Owen, the cross streets that we're looking at here. As this driver now just did get some distance. We just saw, though, an LAPD helicopter there, and now we're in a cul-de-sac and not a lot of distance there. So now he's cut off. Are they going to, now we're done. They're done with this person, and they're going to grab this person and take him off of this maybe a female, I shouldn't assume, but take this person off of their motorcycle or moped and bring them under arrest. So it looks like...
Okay, so I had to bring you that before we got off the air for the night. That does it for the fireworks shows tonight. I had to slip in the car chase before we went off the air. The moped, it's not a car chase. It was a moped chase. Thankfully, from our vantage point, didn't look like anybody was injured. And then it looks like they got the suspect without any major incident. Let's get the replay chip off. It is live. It is 10:22 here in Pacific time, 1:22 a.m. Happy July 5th to those of you that are on the East Coast and on Central time. It is about time for us to wrap up our coverage for the evening. I'm going to leave you with this vantage point of San Francisco, which our producer Matt Kirkland in the room here used a pretty good word. Relentless. We've been watching this in the background. It's a relentless slew of fireworks. I call them amateur fireworks that have been going off in San Francisco for as long as we've had this camera plugged in. I'm going to turn the audio up. I'm curious if we can hear anything. Okay, we just turned the audio up. No sound coming through whatsoever. We do appreciate y'all hanging with us tonight. We've been showing fireworks shows from the East Coast all the way until we got to Seattle. Seattle was the final show that we planned on airing live tonight. And thank you guys for hanging along with us. We do want to show you the White House. It was red, white, and blue. Now it's back to its normal hue, now that it's July 5th. Happy Saturday. I'll be back on the desk tomorrow afternoon. Lots and lots of headlines to cover. We're keeping a close eye on the Middle East. There's been some advancements toward a ceasefire in the Gaza war. There's also been some developments in the Russia-Ukraine war as well. The Big Beautiful Bill was also signed today. So lots of coverage coming up this weekend, discussing lots and lots of big stories that we've been tracking all week. We hope you enjoyed our 4th of July coverage. We hope you enjoyed watching the fireworks. I'm Austin Westfall, signing off for our amazing production crew and more. We are going to head to a commercial, and then in a moment here, you will see our overnight playlist. The overnight playlist is completely made up of fireworks shows. That's what's going to air between now and when our East Coast newsroom comes back on the air tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time. All right, guys. Happy 4th of July. Have a good night, and have a good weekend. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows. right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows. All right, time to take a commercial break. More fireworks when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows. All right, time to take a commercial break. More fireworks when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows. All right, time to take a commercial break. More fireworks when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows. All right, time to take a commercial break. More fireworks when we return. All right, welcome back and alive now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows.
insane. It's been a while, but I'm finding my faith. If everything's good and it's great, why do I sit and wait till it's gone? Oh, I tell you, I know I've got enough. I've got peace and I've got love, but I'm up and I'm thinking I just might lose it all.
right, time to take a commercial break. More fireworks when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows. All right, time to take a commercial break. More fireworks when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows. All right, time to take a commercial break. More fireworks when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows. right, time to take a commercial break. More fireworks when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows. All right, time to take a commercial break. More fireworks when we return. All right, welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get out to more fireworks shows.
the same. It's been a while, but I'm finding my faith. If everything's good and it's great, why do I sit and wait till it's gone? Oh, I tell you, I know I've got enough. I've got peace and I've got love, but I'm up and I'm thinking I just might lose it all. American.